All right, go ahead.
The Board of Cosmetology meeting is convening at 10:05 a.m. on April 18th, 2024. This meeting is being held in person and by MS Teams video conference and is being recorded. The recording will be posted to the internet for public viewing. The Health Licensing Office asks that individuals attending through MS Teams keep your phone muted and cameras off during the entire meeting until you're given an opportunity to comment during the public and interested parties feedback period if indicated on the agenda. Please do not use the chat feature during the meetings. I will now call roll. Chelsea Westcott. Here. Beatrice Fan. Here. Bill Box. Alicia Reed. Here. Tracy Promo. Here. Sarah Schilling. Here. Jamie Farron. Members, when you wish to speak, please state your name and for the record. Board members are asked not to use the chat feature during meetings. Public members wishing to speak must first sign in on the roster sheet available. For public members on MS Teams, please email Carrie Edwards at carrie.edwards@oha.oregon.gov and provide your first and last name. Public and interested parties feedback may be heard during the public interested parties feedback period if indicated on the agenda. Everyone is asked to use appropriate language, manners, and protocols when conducting board business. This meeting is called to order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair and members of the board, my name is Bob Bothwell. I'm currently the interim director here at the Health Licensing Office, and welcome to an in-person meeting. But you guys have had them here in recent months too, right? Okay, I forgot about that. Okay, the first item on the agenda, we need an approval of the agenda. So if we can get someone other than the chair to make a motion to approve the agenda.
Chelsea, let's go ahead and make a motion to approve the agenda.
And someone to second it, please. Okay, you've had a motion and a second. Chair, if you'd like to read, do roll call again. Thank you.
Chelsea, let's stop. Okay. Beatrice. Aye. Harold. Alicia. Aye. Tracy. Aye. Sarah. Aye. And Jamie Farron.
Okay, thank you. And Chair, you don't have to call Harold until he shows up.
Okay.
Next item on the agenda is introduction of new board members.
Just one.
So if you would like to introduce yourself to all of us, Sarah without an H. Tell us a little bit about yourself, please.
13. I moved here from Wisconsin in 2017. Decided to start on board and work there and see what comes.
Excellent. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to meet you. If we can start with Chelsea, and we'll have the board introduce themselves to you, and they'll just come around the room to end with me.
Chelsea, I have been a staff for 21 years now. And I'm director of cosmetology school. Just recently joined the board last year.
This is terrifying. The wheel running.
I've been practicing aesthetics for almost 22 years now. I've been on the board for this is my first term as well.
I'm Tracy Promo. I chair of the board. This is my second time being chair. This is my second rotation on the board. I'll be up in 2027. I am the director of operations at Summit Academy, and I've been in the industries. Nice to meet you all.
It's my first term, I guess. I'm a hairdresser. I've been doing hair in Portland since '91. I have a little weed salon.
Hi, my name is Taylor Russell. I'm the licensing manager, and this September I'll be here 28 years.
I'm Sammy Patnode, policy analyst for the board. So I write rules, which you'll be seeing today. And I've been here 28 years in October.
She also has a brand new key.
And yes, I'm Bob now. Thank you.
And like I said at the beginning, my name is Bob Bothwell. I'm the interim director And I've been with this office for 12 years and with another agency just about 19 years, 11 months prior to coming here. And in the back, we have Derek.
Hi, everybody. My name is Derek Holtz. I'm executive assistant. Been here a little over 5 years. Currently, a large part of my job is board.
And Miss Carrie.
I am taking on that role as well as a qualification specialist. I do a lot with the education. So in multiple roles right now. Let's go back.
Okay. Not used to having paper, sorry. So the next item on the agenda is the director's report, if I may, Chair.
Yeah.
Tina, I had on here, this was on top,
That's,
later on,
oh, I don't know.
What?
Yeah, I
the
guess it
retake
is.
exams.
It can be, no, it's later.
Later, okay, oh yeah, it's way down there, number 5, okay. Sorry about that, so the first item I have to share is, stakeholder, or to stakeholders, interested parties, is the board membership recruitment. And, what time?
10-12.
For the record, I'd like to acknowledge, Harold Folks, good morning, sir,
Morning.
morning,
has joined us at 10.
Sorry, I'm a little late.
No problem, thank you, sir. We are at the director's reports right now on the agenda. So I think everybody, as we went around the room, introduced ourselves. Pretty much took care of this for me, but I'll just go through it real quick in case somebody online did not hear us. Tracy Paramo is, like she said, in her second term, and that expires October 16, 2027, cannot reappoint. Sarah Schilling is in a first term, and it expires April 9, 2028, and can reappoint. Jamie Farren is in first full term. It expires 11/9/26 and can reappoint. Chelsea is in the first term. It expires 6/29/2026 and can reappoint. Beatrice Van is in her first term, and it expires 1/25/28 and can reappoint. Alicia Reed is in a first term. It expires August 29, 2026 and can reappoint. And Harold Folks, our public member, is in the second full term and it expires April 24, 2027 and may not reappoint. All right. Next item on the agenda, everybody's following along. Okay. Are the cosmetology reports. The first slide is licenses issued for barbering. This covers a couple of fiscal years, and for the new board members, state runs on weird years. You have fiscal years which start July of a particular year and in June 30 of the following year. And the bienniums run the same way, but in the odd year. Okay, so in fiscal year 2024, so far, and we're in Q4 of that fiscal year, we've had a total of 129 barber licenses issued. Hair design licenses issued in the same time period has been 537. Natural hair care in that time frame has been 36.
So the other side, units, nails.
Oh, I didn't even see it when I flipped it over. Okay, and thank you, Tina. Nails in that time frame, we've had 610. Again, natural hair care, we have issued 36 licenses. And estheticians, we have issued 905. Cosmetology independent contractors, in that time frame, we've issued 864. Freelance authorizations, we have issued 208. Cosmetology facility license, we have issued 667. Licenses renewed. For barber. In that same time frame have been 940. And it's almost a break even on whether or not they come in by paper or they're renewed online. Hair design has been 7,065 in that time frame, and they too are almost at a break even with how they renew, whether it's paper or online. Nail technology, 4,273, and most of them are doing it online. Natural hair care, 38, and they're a mixed proportion, whether it's online or by paper. Estheticians, 5,162, and the majority of those are being done online. Independent contractors, most of those are online, and we have done 3,548. Freelance authorizations, almost a break even, 156 in the so far fiscal year 2024. Cosmetology facilities, 3,298, and more and more are doing them online, which saves the office a little bit of time, saves them a little bit of money. Licensing trends, if you take a look at that, there's an ebb and flow, but barbering has been moving downward, but this only shows Q3 of fiscal year 2024, so they may be on an upward trend. Look real quick. No, it is hard to tell. So, again, that shows a decrease for barber, but it only shows 3/4. Hair design shows 3/4 as well, for fiscal year 2024, and it shows a decline, but I can't imagine that it's a continuous nosedive. I would suspect that they will turn as license get renewed. Nail technology, again, same thing. It shows Q3. And again, it shows a decline, but I would again suspect that it's going to move in an upward trajectory. Natural hair care on the following slide shows that it has increased by a few to 192, and that was at Q3. Estheticians shows a decline. It may look big, but it looks like it's only maybe 157 of them. And again, it's only showing 3/4 in the fiscal year 2024. Independent contractors, there's been somewhat of a incline to 7,665. Again, that's Q3. Freelance authorizations, a slight decrease from 602 to 565 in between Q2 and Q3. Cosmetology facilities, it showed that it's been moving in an upward trajectory as of Q3. I would imagine it would continue that direction as well. Excuse me. Licenses by age and gender, and by far, as you can see, a lot of it, a lot of folks identify themselves as female. And again, and that does not include any facilities at that point in that reports. Went through those pretty quickly. Any questions, concerns?
Out of curiosity, what,
You are,
sorry, hi, Alicia Reed here.
thank you.
What is the significance of keeping track of the renewals online versus in person? What does that tell us?
Tells you that, the renewal rates, whether, two things, licenses issued and renewed. We track them being renewed, so we know if we have the same number or if that's increased in the renewals, and then whether they do it on paper or online, just helps us track. It helps us demonstrate how much time it takes to renew the license, plus there's a discount. No, I'm sorry, strike that, you didn't hear that, and I didn't say it. Did you have something to add to that?
Also, it helps me determine the workload. Employees.
Chrissy, would there be a point that there is a goal of doing it, like, no longer sending the paper renewals out?
Eventually.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I would say with the numbers that we have now, probably not.
Right.
So once we got there to where there's only a few hundred maybe, then it would be a lot of communication outward at, specific point in time, probably at the end of the fiscal year or biennium. We're not going to send out renewals anymore, maybe just by email. That's something we discussed a few years ago.
Yeah, like even if they did, the first step is like a postcard versus a mailed letter, like a tracker just being like, hey, it's time to renew. Here's how to do it online. So that people can be eased into no longer mailing things back in, but at least getting a visual reminder in the mail of like, renew online, it's time.
Yeah, and it might, without doing a whole lot of research into it, it may or may not be a big deal because there's a lot of work that goes into mailing it out.
Right.
Because there's the barcodes on it, and we have to make sure the numbers, addresses, everything match.
Right.
Where, how we would get to that point, we really haven't explored. We've discussed it, but that was about it.
This is Alicia Reed again, is it kind of an access conversation then? There are some people that don't have email addresses and don't, okay.
Potentially, yeah. We could do a dive through our database to, we could explore, not do a dive. We could explore the database to see, what the percentage of emails we have.
Mhm.
But like myself, I think I have 4 different emails. And I have work, and I have like 3 old work email addresses that may be floating out there. Plus, Google, or that Google makes you get it as soon as you get a new computer or phone or something anymore. And then Yahoo. So it just depends. And then some domains, I think that's the correct word, or places where you get your email, like Yahoo is pretty restrictive on, if we were to send you a bunch of documents or something, it may not go through. So, yeah, there's just a lot of work behind it to get to that point, but again, we've discussed it.
This is Tracy. I know that we've talked in the past too about people's lack of the public's lack of awareness of what actually happens when we're having meetings and those sorts of things. I know we've had conversation about obtaining email addresses, making sure we're keeping records of people's email addresses, things like that as well. I just met with some big industry people recently and they're like, why do I not know anything? And I was like, contact the state, make sure they have the information, because it's like, otherwise you're just having to go to the website and try to figure things out on your own. I also wanted to ask, like, are the people who are mailing in their renewals kind of an accessibility sort of issue? Is it a payment thing as well? Like when they mail in their renewals, are we getting more like checks, money orders, that kind of thing versus a credit card?
This Tina, what's nice about the renewals that are mailed back to us that we mail out, it's got a scanning code on it. So it's very easy. You don't have to hand enter everything. You just scan them.
Got it.
And that makes it a lot easier. It's the ones that are late that come in with, 5 pages on them that you have to redo everything, but scanning is way easier.
Thank you.
But is it a mixed bag of
Yes,
checks, credit
it's
cards?
most checks. If it's a renewal that's got scanning on it, it has to be a check.
Hmm.
So, without getting into the weeds, the program we use for the credit cards is not ours. It's a third party. So, and it's something that OHA, it's the platform OHA requires us to use. So there's a little bit of an issue with that too. So, on what they will allow us to do.
So Bob, hey, this is Harold. So nothing will change when it comes to renewals for now.
For now.
Okay, so we'll just
Correct.
keep on doing it.
We'll keep checking them before they go out, and we hope that all the licensees keep us apprised of new email addresses, new physical addresses, business addresses.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
yeah, addresses.
Addresses, that's fine.
Yes, that's
That's
a,
probably simple. Okay, and then so this is Harold again. So I'm looking at the data right now, and it says that cosmetology facility licenses are going. Wow, we take a look at the barbering and the hairstylists, they seem to be going down. Now, you said, when your comment was, we haven't gotten the fourth quarter data yet. But it seems as if, what's the correlation between the facilities licenses going up and cosmetology and all the individual licenses going down? Is there any type of correlation going on there that we need to be aware of?
nothing I'm identifying other than maybe people, professionals or entrepreneurs are, hey, I'm gonna open up a cosmetology facility, and if I open it, they will come.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
I think, I wonder too if there's a like relation between salons that closed during COVID and finally people are opening, you know, like they're getting back to being.
Good point.
opening their own spaces again.
Yeah, that's a very good point. We haven't tracked that.
Yeah.
I mean, we're a few years past it now and kind of putting COVID in the rearview mirror,
Right.
as ugly as it was, but, if you would like the information, we can certainly have our guy get it for you.
And for me.
But you can always email me, or Sammy, and then we can get the information for you on a level, and then you can decide whether or not you want the information brought forward. Okay. Next item on my list for the director's report are the testing results. Tina, did you wanna, you don't wanna cover that? I thought that's what you said. I got this, Bob. Since you're all here, I'm not gonna read it,
Gotcha.
but you can see what they are. And I don't want to make an excuse, but we are very shorthanded in qualifications. So if there's any adjustments to the exams or anything like that, it may be slow coming. And even just actual reviewing statutes and rules and rewriting exams. It's going to be slow in coming, but we're recruiting for the 2 qualifications positions that we have open. And we'll get moving on that, and we'll be getting committees together to review them. And I thought we did the barbering. Didn't we have item writing for barbering? Yes, we did. So again, without the extra personnel to get everything taken care of, it's just gonna be slow in coming,
Hey, Bob,
sir.
it's Harold. In regards to the barbering or any aesthetics or natural hair or nail, my question is, do we give the, and I know we're gonna talk about this, I think, today, in regards to the institutions that are training our up and coming stylists and barbers and nails, do we send out some type of curriculum in regards to a study sheet that, hey, these are the avenues, or these are the subjects you really need to know? Because what I'm getting in my feedback from my stylists and my barbers is that all of them had to take it 2, 3 times, 4 times. And the reason being is because the cosmetology institution there where they went and studied didn't have it. Some of it was brand new when they got to the exam. So is there any way that we can send out some type of study sheet that's a couple pages long, or they can go online to say, okay, if you're a nail technician, these are the subject matters that you need to be aware of, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just gonna throw that out to the floor.
And I'm gonna throw Tina on the bus. Tina, you wanna handle this?
Yeah, so this is Tina. Every single time an individual comes in here to test and they fail any portion of the exam, they get a full study sheet. All the questions that were asked, how many they got right, how many they got wrong, where to go to study from. Also, there's a blueprint of every exam and where the study material can be found. So we do that every single time. So if they have to go back to school to take any type of additional training, we advise them to take that sheet with them so the school is aware of which domains they failed in.
This is Harold again, so, I'm sorry. I'll let you go. This is kind of a bone of contention because you said after, but is there any way to where before they take it the first time,
They,
we can click on something on our site that says Barber subjects?
yeah, there is,
This is
Okay,
it does exist, the blueprint. that's
yeah,
on
the
top.
blueprints.
Yes, and it literally will tell you how many questions in each category there
Okay.
are, as well as a percentage of questions. So let's say anatomy and physiology, 4%.
Yeah.
Executive sanitation, 12%. And you're right, we put it, like, as far as speaking as a school, we put it in their basic curriculum so that they have access to that information, so they know exactly what to study. And we coach, like, if anatomy is not your strong suit,
This is what you.
maybe if it's only 1% of your questions, you study something else that's more like 12%.
Got it.
It's-
This is Chelsea. It also breaks it down from there, not just anatomy, but what part of anatomy is, based on the lengths that you're going for. So if it's nails, you focus on the hands. If it's the skin, you focus on the face.
Yeah, there's an example.
Thank you.
So you would have this also for Barber.
Yes, we have it for
Okay, good to know, because again, granted, all of my stylists and barbers are all past that point, but that's one of the things they said. They got to the exam and it said, oh, thank you. And it said, they got to the exam, it's like, we didn't know this was gonna be an exam. Now, is that gonna be up to the institution where they're studying?
Yeah.
Probably, okay.
That is be interesting. I hear that a lot too from people from other schools where I mentor them for their state board test that sometimes they have never seen that before. And it is sometimes hard to find when we go into the Oregon Board of Cosmetology. It's like you have to kind of click a link to kind of get there. So that's where I think it was hard for your stylists and barbers to potentially find if they didn't have guidance. If they've never seen that bulletin, then they wouldn't have no guidance on how to find it.
So with that.
Instead of them calling the board.
With that said, is there any way that we could go to our website and make it a little bit easier for them to say, if you're taking a test for these disciplines, click on this, and there's what you need to know. Click on this, and this is what you need to know. And we do that on our site, just throwing that out.
I go on the site a lot. So if you just go, I think in the day and age that we're in, a lot of words get overwhelming for some people. They like it too. Like, so I do see where you're coming from of the day and age that people just like to be like, that's the information here. You don't have to scroll through a couple paragraphs to get there. But it is pretty straightforward where you just click Barber. You just I'm getting your license, you click Barber, it will bring you to the steps that what you need to do.
To the curriculum that's going to be on the exam. Okay, good to know.
And it goes with any other domain and field.
Right, okay, good to know.
And this is Alicia again. Would it be, legal if Harold wanted to add to his website links for future students or, hi, I'm Harold. If you are interested in working for me and you want to be a barber, these are the things you need to know. And he can set up his own little resource page. And maybe that helps him pull more talent anyhow, because, oh, this guy cares for me, which. So, I mean, would that be legal to link to all the things through a
the link page
website?
sometimes, so that would be the Satina. links would change, our website changes, he would have to know that all the time to pull over information. So, or he could just put a link to our website.
And then this is Bob, and making it as easy as possible. So I'm gonna give you conflicting answers or suggestions. One, we can put things on the website. Two, OHA kind of dictates how our website looks. So how far up front we can bring something may be challenging, but there is actually a search where I want to, right on the front page, it says I want to, and you can type in barber, and then they just have to check the links.
Yeah, gotcha. They have to dig.
A little bit.
Okay.
Or reach out to us or you. I just haven't called. Give me your home number. I'm calling you.
Well, my phone,
Yeah,
And
just have reach out to us.
No, you know, you're like, there is a certain group of people coming from a particular learning institution. Maybe someone at the learning institution needs a heads up as to what resources are.
I think that is probably where we meet. And having multiple stylists and barbers from multiple institutions, the feedback has always been, we were 60 to 70% prepared, the other 30 to 40%, we were not prepared, because this is all brand new. And so we probably need to somehow reach out to these teaching institutions to say, hey, guys, direct them to the website or something along those lines to where they can help these students,
Exactly.
you know, help the students be prepared.
Exactly.
So, thank you.
Anything else on the exam results? Okay. The next item on my report is your financials. They look bleak, but again, it's that time of the year. We may be in an upward swing, and we have a fiscal analyst in-house now. And he's still trying to get access to be able to pull the reports and have them a little more timely and a little more live for us. But at this point, he cannot. But I was shocked when I saw the numbers myself because I thought we were on an upward swing of coming out of this hole. But again, it's about mid through the fiscal year, and we're watching it. And we questioned these numbers when we got them, and they appear to be correct. So sorry for that news, but we'll keep monitoring it, and we will figure a way out of it to get us back into the good numbers.
Hey, Bob,
Yes, sir.
how clean are these numbers? In other words, are there other things, subjects, intangibles that are going into these numbers to why we're off almost a mil? Is there?
Well, why?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, this is Bob. So, you were off $1 million plus, a biennium or so ago, and we raised rates, and which hadn't been done for several years, to my understanding.
Mhm.
And then now it's the ebb and flow of, we have costs to operate the board. And there may be some DOJ fees that may not be reflective here, and I don't know if you know this or not, and I might be talking too much, but it ain't cheap.
Yeah.
And then we've had racks, and then just other things that get spread out across the boards. For example, we're having a brand new audio system put into this room because of the day and age. We had to update and not be so antiquated with makeshift speakers. They'll all be dangling from the ceiling, and microphones and speakers, so it should be pretty cool. But anyway, to answer your question, without getting into the weeds and providing you a report of every dollar that is spent, I am monitoring it, and we are asking questions. So when we get such disparaging numbers from $500,000 to $800,000, yeah, negative, that's questionable.
This is Alicia. Also, it looks like the revenues went way down. And then our revenues just a part of like all the licensing fees? Is that our sole revenue?
Yeah, but again, we're still somewhat early in the biennium or the fiscal year.
right.
This is Tina. It just started in 2023. So by the time we're not even a year into this biennium. So by the time 2025, these numbers will be
Yeah.
way different.
So as months go on and the years go on, we'll have a better picture. And these, if I understand the printing in red, the actuals were done in on March 26th.
But I guess my question, this is Alicia again, is just the revenue is solely the licensing fees? Is that our only revenue?
It is not, but that is what we base this on, our licensing fees. Because so when we issue civil penalties for violations, they don't get added into this because it's hard to estimate what it's going to be. They may go to an area one time to do inspections and issue a bunch of citations. And then the next time they're down there, they don't issue any or very few, right? So they don't, and it's too hard to track and it's too hard to forecast. And that's what this is it's not even a forecast. These are old, almost a month old actuals. So.
Hey, Bob, this is Harold. What if, in regards to citations, and payments for citations, for violations, do you have an estimate on a fiscal year in regards to how much we bring in from those violations?
Well, funny you should ask that. I just recently had asked for a bunch of numbers from our IT guy. And he will work with our fiscal analysts to determine what those are. But the request is only a week old.
Okay.
And so they haven't got to it yet because the request was a page long of a bunch of different information. And then once I review it and have it, and then at the next board meeting, if I remember to talk about it, you do, we'll talk about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Chair, if members, if you're ready to move on to the next item, that would be the regulatory report. And I see Trent Shuck, our regulatory manager, is in the room.
I am, and I just wanted to take a peek at your regulatory reports.
Here you go. I'll give him mine.
Okay, okay. The meeting materials are showing an outdated one. I want to make sure you do. So, I'm Trent Shuck. I'm the interim regulatory manager, and I'm here to go over the regulatory report with you all. I know that some of you are newer to the board, or brand new to the board. So, maybe I'll just kind of go over the report and just give a kind of a brief overview of what it means, and we can talk about the regulatory process or investigation or inspections if, as you all want to. So, what you have here is you have the regular report. On the left, you have the cases that are open and the cases that are closed, and kind of a total for all of the cases that came in during those biennium. You have 3 biennium on there, the 2021 biennium, the 2023 biennium, and the current biennium that we're in is a partial biennium, the 2025 biennium. So we're right in the middle-ish of that one. We're not quite to the middle of it, but we're right in that zone. If you look at these numbers, you can see down at the bottom, you can see for that 2021 biennium, there's 574 complaints coming for that biennium. And the 2023 biennium, you can see that it dropped quite a bit to 230. What I can tell you is that 2021 biennium, if you look over the complaint types, that was fueled by COVID complaints. So we had a lot of complaints coming in about people, failing to wear masks or not following COVID protocols or those types of things. So that would explain most of that bump that you see. The 2023 biennium is probably really going to reflect what's realistically happening on a basis. You can see that we're partway through the 2025 biennium and we're at 152. So we're kind of on track. So I don't think we're, barring anything that comes up like that, we're on track. In the 2021 biennium, you can see that we still have 24 open cases left in that group out of the 574 that we received. So every single complaint that we get in, we have to process it. And that means we have to at least look at it. We have to determine whether or not on the face of that complaint, if there's a violation even being alleged. If there's a violation being alleged, then we'll process it, open it, give it to an investigator, or, do some kind of investigative action. If there's no complaint, if there's no I didn't like my hairdresser was wearing a purple hat when I went and got my services. That's not a violation. We would still have to process that complaint. We would still have to open it. We just wouldn't assign it to an investigator. We would just close it, and some various stage of no jurisdiction or whatnot. Or if it came in saying that somebody was doing dental work, you might send that to the dental board or something like that, So we get those kind of complaints occasionally, pretty rare. Most of the time we open them up, we at least get some kind of safety sanitation inspection or lawful investigation. So that's kind of how that happens. So the open complaints are anything that's open, being investigated, not yet been assigned. It's just been opened. It could be that it's on my desk for looking at to close it. Could be that's waiting for the board to review. All of those things are open. Once we reviewed it and we say we're not going to investigate it, we're done, we're completely done, we reviewed it, we're going to close it. Or if we say there's a notice that's going to go out, when that notice goes out, it then goes out. So it's kind of this open is a little more squishy, closed is pretty definitive, but so that's what you can see. That's what these numbers mean. And if you look up to the right, you can see complaints by type. That's where you see that 2021 bump of the COVID complaints, 287 COVID complaints for that year, 10 in that next year. You can see that a pretty drop off. That in that time frame, that's when all the restrictions were lifted. And then you can kind of just see the different types of complaints. You get a lot of licensing concerns. Licensing concerns are basically any kind of license issue. That could be an unlicensed person in Instagram. That could be just saying, hey, this person's licensed, but they don't have a license. Those are mostly grouped into that. And then safety sanitation. And then, you can just see the various types of services provided. Services provided, that one is more so like, it's not just a safety sanitation, like, oh, they have dirty. Come on, they did something that hurt me or damaged me or did something that those are a little deeper investigations. Quite honestly, those are the normally that you will see at board meetings, because those don't have sets of penalties. Those are something that needs to be assessed by the board to determine what we should do with them. So, yeah, so that's kind of that overview. And then complaints by type. You can see that anonymous, we get a lot of anonymous complaints for this board. You can see probably almost half of them are. And then client, the other half is the clients. So, that's pretty good. And then the other is just third party. Yeah, they're like saying, I think this place is dirty, but they don't say they're fine. They can just be.
I didn't finish the report.
Yeah, so does anybody have any questions about the regulatory report or these numbers or the process or
What we can.
anything regulatory?
I just, out of curiosity, if you mentioned that, like, if they were practicing dentistry, you sent it over to the board of this or whatever. Does that automatically close the case for us, or does it stay open until they have resolved it?
So it depends. If we're talking about something that's a bit of a crossover, like maybe it's a little more close to home. Well, you can end up, probably that's somewhat common. Like, somebody is doing Botox injections or something like that. If that is a unlicensed, because sometimes it's just like, hey, this person's doing Botox injections. That person is unlicensed. We don't really regulate Botox injections. We'll just refer that off to the medical board. And we wouldn't pursue that any further. Now, you've got a cosmetologist, an esthetician, who's working in their salon, in their facility, and they're doing Botox injections, then we may refer that on. And we may keep it open and investigate it ourselves. We may investigate ourselves, just depends on the situation. So sometimes we're gonna keep them open. And follow that investigation and follow that process through. Other times we're gonna close it, just depending on the specific situation.
Thank you.
Any questions for Travis? Thank you, Travis. Chair, this is Bob and members of the board. I would like to move the determine additional retake requirements up prior to right now under the regulatory report before Sammy gets into her piece of policy. So do we need to do a vote or we can just do it?
The chair said, yeah, I mean, I don't think you need to vote on the agenda adjustment.
Okay, so for the record, we're gonna adjust the agenda, item 5, Diamond 2, to under the regulatory report. And Ms. Carey will come forward and share that information with us.
This is Carrie Edwards speaking to the record. So the first one that we're gonna go over is 142281. And the only comment that I have about this one is I don't think in English is his first language.
It's the thing that's not.
Where is that?
It could be towards the back.
Like the last, like.
Yeah,
Sorry. No, it's sorry.
Yeah,
Got it.
like probably the last few pages.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. This is Tracy. So you said English is not first language, but that's what they're taking in.
Correct.
Do you offer it in your first language? Got it.
Nope.
No interpreter or anything for them?
They have not requested one, no.
Is that something you can suggest to them?
I usually do with scores this low, especially when they do a study review, I always offer them to bring in their own interpreters. Because as of right now, it's after the third failed attempt, we do the study review, so
Right.
after that, I offer them no matter, for the study review and for testing.
Have they, this is the scan, have they had a sample before?
Yes.
The one, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think I second study review. So, if we push them back, I think
I think this could be interesting. I think that it's wrong, that I think maybe like with the lower numbers, like the last two, maybe going back to their institute and get a review and then see how we do from there. Let's say we are going to just not read it. So I propose to, this is the interesting again, I propose for them to go back to school and get the review from their institute.
like a study review or like a certain, like
Like a
just a
study
couple
review.
hours?
Yeah, like a few hours. Because they have that paper that they missed.
Mhm.
And so they should be bringing that paper to their school and just have like some resources to review with them. Okay.
We don't need to set numbers.
This is Tracy. We have been giving them 2 study reviews here. With, mhm. I mean, we can shift things around, but we have been giving people 2.
This is Alicia. How likely do you think it is that if they had an interpreter, that would be the magic.
Yeah, I mean, I always highly suggest it, but I
You
can't.
can't enforce that?
Yeah.
Did you suggest to this?
Yes, because I actually did this person's study review and he chose not to.
This is Alicia again, so could we then maybe offer them a couple of things? Say, listen, you one, either get to go back and do what Tracy recommends, or two, try an interpreter next time and like give them a choice. Maybe instead of just one or the other, and just see if they would finally choose the interpreter and to see how that went.
That would be.
I think, yeah, I think that we probably need to be a little more definitive in what we would like to see happen. Either suggesting to them, you get a study review, and then potentially if they don't pass the next time, then they would, like we had suggested, probably need to go back to their institution with a certain allocated number of hours that they would need to complete before they test again. Because I think Carrie, like, she can only make the suggestions that they bring an interpreter. We can't force someone, to do that.
Yeah,
So,
and I can't even force them to take the test right after the study review. It's also been a problem.
right.
Very rarely, but.
Because on the day when they did the study review and the test is their highest score, this
Yeah,
particular
yeah.
applicant. So that's why I'm like, if they could do that at 70, the first time that they got a study review, if we give them one more study review, maybe they might pass. And then if not, if it comes before us again, then we would suggest that they probably go get more actual hours.
So this is Bob, so we're gonna have them go back to their school
Study review.
first, part here, oh, sorry, oh, okay.
Okay, and then the next one is 156312.
Do we know if this is Tracy, do we know if this is first language?
Yes, it is.
This is Tracy, just for clarity, when it says the 12/27/22 practical, meaning they had to go back and take their practical again so that they were eligible to take their written. So it's been a while since they had completed their schooling.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, this might be a case where they need a certain number of hours. Well, that is since 2020, so 2020 is when they finished school, probably, right? Yeah, 2020, thank you. So this is Tracy. I can't remember if we've actually said someone needed to go back for hours since I've been on the board. And just curious about what kind of the history has been of how many hours we would have suggested for someone to go back, or if that's just something we need to come up with now.
This is Tina. So later, later on, there is a discussion in the new proposed rules that we're going to be talking about. And subject to these. So to answer your question, Tracy, yes, in the past, we have sent them back to school for hours. But way back when they were having individuals go back to school to take the full entire hours over, which is crazy. So study reviews and are going back to school for study reviews is really the best.
So this is true. If we require someone to go back for studying at a learning institution or whatever, do we have like a form that they take with them that says, yes, they completed, and then we just like fill in the blank how many hours and they sign it and they're good to go?
Yes. There is a study review form that is at the schools that they fill out and send back. The student needs to take their study guide with them to let the school know where they failed at. And then the school would fill out those forms, have it notarized. The student also signs it, the instructor signs it, and it comes back to us.
This is Beatrice Van. I know we're gonna be talking about this in a proposed rule in a little bit, but with that paper, is that something that we could maybe after this board meeting that we can like send out to the schools? Because like I know that I've had instances where students will come back and we don't have that paper. So we've had to request it. We had to reach out to you or somebody through health licensing agency to get that form. So is that something, because I know that that's not a form that, from my understanding, we had access to.
Okay.
I'm preparing a communication, this is Sammy, a communication based on the rules that, I'm thinking that some of the stuff will just be on the web, on the Tools for Schools page. It's a form, so, it's no secret. And then you can just go out and access it whenever you want. It'll be the most current one. So I have several lists.
This team, but that's not what you're talking about, is it? You're talking about the study guide that shows where they failed.
No, the actual form.
The certificate of additional training.
Yeah. So, I mean, we can put it on the website for it to be easy.
So, that's right, when they're studying with us, is it 30, are we doing 30 minutes study periods when they do study reviews, or is it hour or 2 hours? Or I know that we've suggested different times in the past, but are we doing a standard?
Right now it's 30 minutes.
Okay. I want to make sure that we send them to schools with enough,
Guide.
yeah, because I don't want them to show up to school and just like sit here and clock your 40 hours or whatever we, okay, you're not actually getting any studying taken care of or any new information. So like, I don't want to penalize them financially as well, because schools will charge them for those hours. So I don't want to penalize them financially on top of having to retest over and over and over again. But I also don't want the department for us to bear the entire weight, the financial burden of allocating our people hours to, studying with these folks. So that's kind of where I am at this point. Like, I would love some suggestions on like, what does everyone think is an appropriate amount of time for to send them back to the school to do more studying on their own or with their institution.
This is Alicia. I think that depends on the quality of the instruction, like we just said. Some people could get what they need really quickly, and some people might go to the wrong place and get nothing they need very slowly. So I don't know how, I'm gonna be new. I'm just throwing it out there, but I'm probably gonna make you all decide.
Working with a student and it takes a lot of, you need it, one of those things where like just developing study guides for them. And then taking time out to reviewing with them. So reviewing that material with them and then doing another follow-up before they actually get out. So it does take, and not everyone's going to have that intention to do so. And that's where I see where Tracy's coming from. So I don't know, it's hard. I would like right now, I would say I'm gonna probably allocate at least 3 hours to this particular student that I'm working with. And I would say minimum of 3 hours, but I think that that's kind of where, when we're talking about schooling, so just as a proposal, as we're talking about revisions and all of it, is there a way that if we're not having potential like reviews with the board, with licensing, because I think that's something that we're talking about, maybe like taking out or minimal, is there a way that we can maybe put that guides on our website, on our board of cosmetology? I know we have the bulletin of like what areas you need to focus on, but is there a way that we can put practice exams where they can practice those exams and prepare for themselves, and that they might have to go back to school and pay hours and not go to a school that may not have given them the intention or the quality that they need, that they're just not sitting there for 8 hours. So that is, can't control your school thing. At the end of the day, you can only control what you can do. And I can't speak for other institutes. And so that's kind of where I have a hard time with that as well, because that is the reality. I hate to say that out loud, but that is the true reality. Well, but that's why we're having these issues, because that is the reality of them not getting attention from their institutions to help them be like. Right.
And there will be things that we will talk about in the proposed rules. One, the 30 days eliminating. Two, waiting for the board to review. I mean, this is all time on them. They could have got a 70% and then they have to wait 30 days to come back into test. And they have to wait 8 days to come back into test if they fail. So those are the things that I believe are barriers that we will discuss soon today regarding what we would like to do.
This is Alicia again. As far as back to like revenue streams, if we had some sort of AI interactive place on the board's website, or not the board, the HLO's website that was interactive, like a pay to play, they could sit at home, $50, you get our intensive, whatever, study review, instead of having to go back. It could be another form of income that would be necessary. And I would trust that more as a student anyway, to go and take the curriculum from the people who are gonna give me the license anyhow, than maybe a school that didn't set me off well enough in the first place to pass the test. I don't know.
Yeah, this is Bob. Just as soon as you said that, a lot of things went through my mind. And they're hurdles. It takes us.
Barely get our computers.
Yeah. So we're trying to get a repository for us to email our reports to, so you as board members can just go to this box.com and pull it up and see it, instead of waiting for it to show up in your email, because it's not very secure to begin with. But it's not even completed yet. It's taken months because there's so many hurdles, and with that there would be it's a great idea, don't get me wrong, but there's staff time, who's gonna write it, who's gonna update it, who's gonna upload it, who's gonna maintain, just a whole lot of things, but a great idea though.
Not me, but.
Station could be, I know that when we do practicals for people from out of the country, or when they're coming from for reciprocity, we have recommendations of what school to go to maybe do practicals. Maybe that might be something that we have a recommendation that maybe instead of going back to your institute, you have other options to go back, and these other institutes may be able to help you prepare for your retakes or whatever. Like, I don't know, like just a recommendation instead of, I think that AI thing is a cool idea.
So, and so if I may, this is on the agenda-ish, but to bring it back around, we're still trying to decide what to do with these folks that have had trouble.
To move this forward, we have a couple more to go, but I think that with us not having these recommendations and rules in place right now, I propose a 30 minutes that I review.
In the department.
Yes, with the HLO, with 156312.
I'll
That's my
second that.
recommendation.
So we're not voting yet, but we will.
Okay, and the next one is 156956. And this person came through reciprocity, and I believe nope, the next one is not.
This is Tracy. I would suggest a study review. If the last time they had the study review was a 73, they were very close. Yeah.
Okay, and then the last one is 160487, and that one is coming through non-parent credentialed. Out of the question.
This is Tracy. I mean, that's really close, especially in barbering. They got really close. I would suggest another study review for this.
So this is Bob. My understanding, a 30-minute study review for all four of these folks.
Correct.
Okay. So I will make a motion and somebody other than the chair can say approved. Then we'll vote on it. Oh, then we'll need a second. Okay, so for applicant 142281, applicant 156312, applicant 156956, and applicant 160487, a 30-minute study review at HLO is the board's recommendation. So moved. We need somebody to so
I'll
move.
second that.
So moved. So moved, sir.
I will take, well.
No, wait, we get ahead of ourselves. We need one person to say so moved. So moved. And another person to say, I second it. Okay, that was Harold and then Beatrice. Now,
Thank you.
chair.
Call roll. Chelsea Westcott. Aye. Beatrice Fan.
Aye.
Harold Fox.
I,
Alicia Reed. Aye. Tracy Toronto. Aye. Sarah Schill.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Chair, do we need to take a quick 5-minute break since Sammy's passing things out?
So I would say maybe 10 and because nobody got this in advance. It's a big mystery. So I would say, I think, well, not you, Sarah, but some of you are kind of familiar with the things we're changing, but maybe do a quick review of the rules on page 43 of your packet, starting there. Obviously, I'm gonna go through all of them, but maybe you can get some questions, and then I'm gonna hand out this partially done RAC report. So halfway through it says verbal report, written report to follow.
And there's coffee in the back.
I think
Let's give him a couple of minutes.
Okay.
I did. Oh,
Okay.
11:33, the board meeting.
okay. This is Sammy. I'm just gonna go right for it.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna try and keep on track here. So I'm just gonna give a brief history of why we are here in rulemaking. So, Senate Bill 217 passed in 2023. And the kind of two big ticket items happened. Currently, the Higher Education Coordinating Commission creates and maintains all the cosmetology fields of practice curriculum. That is unusual. I believe we are the only ones of all the career schools that they and professions they do it for, we're it. And that's historically a whole nother situation. So over the last several years, we've been trying to move it back over to the board. So Senate Bill 217 has taken the curriculum approval allowance is and given it to the board. So part of what we're doing is approving that curriculum into your rule. Now, with that said, our timeline is short. So it passed in June, on here, in June of 2023, and I couldn't start doing anything until January 1st. So, and so we had so there's that. And then from there, we need to have a lot of things happen. So had to have a rules advisory committee. So I had that recently, April 3rd. And with the rules advisory committee, there had to be also a curriculum review committee. So another thing Senate Bill 217 did was add into the law that if the board was going to change the curriculum, any change, a curriculum review committee needed to be convened and recommendations made to the board, and that the board had to consider those recommendations. So that happened. We did a joint committee for time. But it was a really good meeting, and so I will go over that meeting and then the proposed rules. Because there's also things that HLO wanted to do, some things you've been talking about today with the retakes that are included. So once you guys approve the rules today, if you have changes, we'll do that. May 1st, it'll go into the Oregon Bulletin, which is Oregon's newsletter, and then that starts the public comment period. So from May 1st to May 28th, we'll accept public comment, email it, send it, bring it in, whatever. We'll have a hearing on May 22nd where people can come to the office, they can log into Teams and provide any comments that they want about how they'd like or dislike the rules. We'll have that. And then on June 12th, you guys will come back. And remember, I don't think this one's in person. The June, yeah, we're doing October in person. So we'll do an on Teams meeting to adopt the permanent rules. And then they'll become effective July 1st. In between all of that, will be a lot of communication to the schools. Cerinthia passed away. If everyone didn't know that, I wanted to put that out there. So Tina and I are kind of filling that position, and the schools were notified, but we didn't notify board members. So if you want to talk about that after we can do that. But so I'm unfamiliar. I'm in unfamiliar territory. So any kind of help or expertise you can give, I welcome it. So with that said, let's dig in. So beginning on page 46 of your copy, and it's double-sided.
The draft. It says Howard or Harold, it says draft here, the next page.
Okay.
Oh, I had a copy that wasn't. So the first thing we do is, update definitions. The thing with definitions is sometimes you are writing rules and you go, oh, I probably should define that. So sometimes you go back around and do that. Sometimes we'll go back to the definitions last. Do you have it?
Pretty sure I have.
There's a lot of pages.
Right?
Yes, and the page number is at the
Or you-
top. I finally learned how to PDF. Put
There you go.
page numbers in the PDF, which is, I think, helpful. Okay, so definitions. So there's a few that the Bill 217 change. So educational institution has been marked out. And if you go to page, we're gonna flip back and forth here, 37, there is a definition of school. For the most part, this picks up what's in the bill. No, I'm sorry, 50, page 50. Why did I say 37? Oh, it's the rule. Where'd that come from? So for the most part, I picked up what the bill says, but also we added in other types of schools. So the bill says hour-based schools, proficiency schools, community college, and educational establishments operated by school districts, so high schools, and then others, right? It says, including but not limited to. So others that we know that we that have programs are Oregon Youth Authority and Department of Corrections. I know everyone's like, really? So we added those in. And the reason is because over the years, we've had to jump through hoops to get these guys curriculum approved because they're not overseen by the Higher Education Coordinating Commission. So they're not regulated by them, but yet they have the curriculum. So they're not schools, but one of them is a school. But one of them's not a school, so it's just a mess. So this is going to make it much easier for them. They'll be just like everybody else. Get it approved, get the letter, authorization form, done. Harold, do you have a question? Let me unravel for you. It's confusing.
Yeah, can you go back to?
Yes.
When you said all the schools are all gonna be the same, I missed that.
Okay, so
Explain that.
what the bill, previous to 217, schools were just Higher Education Coordinating Commission schools. It didn't allow for anybody else. Didn't allow for high schools. There's a CTEC school in Salem that teaches a whole cosmetology program. There's Klamath Community College does a whole program. OYA has 3 different programs. Coffee Creek has a whole advanced aesthetics and aesthetics program. So, but the law didn't make that allowance for those. So we had to do a rule, educational institutions, to kind of try to sew it together. But this changes that. So everybody now becomes working under the board approved curriculum. Which, does that make sense?
Or
Yes, so you're not a heck approved curriculum, it's a board approved curriculum, so we were having to do mutual letters of agreement saying, I'm, Department of Corrections, and I'm in Coffee Creek, and we agree to follow HEC's curriculum, but we're not regulated by HEC, and HLO agrees to you agreeing. Ridiculousness.
all right.
Yeah, we haven't carried it out the same way for everybody because some of it has been, originally it was kind of, the rug was pulled out from under us. So we're going to fix it. We've already met with the OIA, and so they've got them on board. We've pretty much already got Department of Corrections organized. So I just gotta work with high schools now. Yeah, so that's our plan. So that's all that rule does. So anywhere schools is written in the rules, it will refer to that definition. Flipping back to page, I hate double-sided pages. 49. 49 is official transcript. So today, the Higher Education Coordinating Commission owns the transcript. It's their document. Now it becomes the board's document. Now I've been looking at the document and there's a lot of information that I don't think is relevant. Admit. But whatever is relevant needs to be in this rule. So I think I've included everything relevant. I gotta circle back with Tina. And if you guys see anything that I've missed, but I did work with Heather on that. And she said, we really need to have it in the rule if you want it on there. HEC did ask, when I say HEC, Sarah, I mean Higher Education Coordinating Commission, but it's a lot of words. So I'm just gonna say that. They asked that we put in some of their rules, like keep your transcript for 25 years. We're not gonna do that just because it's already a rule that they have. And we don't need to know that when we receive the transcript. That makes sense?
This is Tracy. So they wanted it to be that you kept the transcript for
Since their rule currently has whatever they require on the transcript, they wanted us to take what their rule says and put it in your rule. But there's things that we don't care if you're at an accredited school, we don't care. Hopefully you keep it 25 years because it's somewhere else in their rules. It doesn't need to be on that document.
Got it.
And I think we can narrow it down. There's like a lot of dates, but I don't think, if they all are relevant. Graduation date, enrollment date, withdrawal date, first day of school, last day of school. I'm like, are all of these days important? I don't know. Written exam date, and I'm like, the written exam's taken at the office. I'm so confused. So I'm gonna circle back with Tina and make sure everything's in there. I haven't forgotten anything, and if you see something, call it out. Okay. I'm just gonna keep on trucking.
Yeah.
If everyone's okay with that.
Mhm.
We went through school. Some of this is also, shoring up the aesthetics device and natural physiological effect rules that we did last year. There were like random things that I didn't have time to get in. So some of that is adding that in here. So like on page 51 under tools and implements, that's basically saying tools and implements don't include the mechanical devices. That's defined somewhere else. And I'll point that out whenever we have one of those. So page 52 is where the curriculum begins. So what I did is basically said as of July 21st, 2024, schools that are schools can keep on teaching what they're teaching. Have at it, keep doing it. And any new schools would, which is actually another rule, would need to start in going through the process, but we don't have any new schools at this point. And then number 2 of this rule It just lists out, I basically picked up and copy and pasted exactly what Higher Heck said. So for hour-based schools, for barbering is 746 hours and 465 practical operations. Aesthetics is 444 hours and 220 practical operations. Hair design is 1,110 hours, 455 practical operations, and it goes all the way down. Then little b, proficiency-based schools. So they have a requirement for operations, which you can see. They're, yes. And then 3 of that rule, which is on the top of page 53, is safety and infection control basically is wrapped into doing those procedures. So if you do a procedure and you have to clean your clippers, that happens during the procedure instead of being a separate. It was a separate hours.
Yeah.
Something. Yeah. So just that is just statement. And then 4 of that rule says you have to do 20 hours specifically in career development and 20 hours in Oregon laws and rules. So that brings, you're basically adding 40 to each of these numbers, which took me a minute to learn this after fact. I was like, I don't know what you guys are saying. Where was that? Oh, and you only have to do it once. So you don't have to do it with aesthetics and barbering. You do that once and you've learned it and you're good. Then the next one is 5, a person teaching or supervising the education and curriculum required to. This rule must hold an active certification issued by HLO in a field of practice in which they are teaching or supervising. This one, because the schools aren't all HEC schools, so they're not all registered teachers, I didn't add that in. And in other programs, I have added it in because there's not all the other options, but in my mind, how I thought of it is that if it's required because of the type of school you work in, then you should be doing that anyway. The only other thing that you might consider doing, which I don't know if you want to, is you have to be licensed for a certain amount of time. So assuming that's experience. So you hold an active certification in the field of practice and you've had it for 2 years, which is just something you could add if you wanted to. Or you don't have to do it. Add it.
This is Tina. Tracy, currently it's 2 years, right?
Yes. This is right. There is, so is there an educational facility that would employ someone to do any education without just like, would we have a certification that says you have your 2-year mark, you're good to go, or would it be up to them to know when that person was licensed? Like, would there be any official, you're allowed to be a teacher?
Like HLO?
Yeah, I mean, yes, because that's, I mean, there is a 2-year requirement, but we still have to submit and, all those sorts.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
It's just be up to the employer to be like, oh yeah, 2 years, you're good to go.
If an investigation was triggered, obviously that could be part of an investigation, but it's questionable on how that would even go down because it's school and students and.
Because this is Tracy. Because when we submit for, like, they want to know that it's not just 2 years you've had your license, but 2 years of, like, you've been working.
Right.
You know what you're doing. You're not just licensed. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying,
Mhm.
Tina?
This Tina, Heck used to call us to make sure somebody was licensed for 2 years, but now I think they just look it up on the computer. But what do you have to submit to Heck to get approved to be an instructor?
I mean,
Because you're still gonna be licensed through Heck as an instructor, correct?
oh,
Yeah.
that's not.
Yeah,
going to
that's
license.
not, no,
Yeah,
that's not going.
But I don't recall seeing this 2-year requirement in HEC's rules.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Within the last 5 years of experience within the industry. So it doesn't necessarily mean
This
technically doesn't mean how long you're licensed for, it's your experience within the industry.
I mean,
Because if you want your
And I
resume,
think you also have to be licensed, so you have to submit a copy of your actual practitioner's license.
Yeah.
And your resume, which shows you. And then ideally that should also show when that work history is. Correct.
and I'm trying to think of the example, and somebody I've been, I don't know if it was Oregon Youth Authority or not. High schools, even if they're practitioners, I think have to be licensed through teachers' standards and practices. I have an email, but I'm not sure. I know it was cosmetology
Yeah.
related, but no who.
Yeah, this is Tracy. I just met with some high school teachers last week and their actual criteria for educators, what teachers actually have to do. So
Yeah.
it's all of their like, what IAPs or what, I mean, all these other hours and things they have to document. So
So the common thread was be licensed.
Yep.
That I could find, so I put that. Practical operations is just defining that all practical operations must be performed under the supervision of a person licensed under 5. As under subsection 5. And we just left it as supervision, and that whatever that school determines they're competent, they can work, with somebody in earshot or not, however they want to do that. Oh, 7. So 7 was a topic at the, 7 of page 53. I know they start to blend together, all the black on there. So 7, a student may not perform a practical operation until the school determines the student has met all competencies for the practical operation. And that may not be very clear, but here's what it means. Is if somebody learned how to cut hair and they did their theory and Tracy determined that they're competent, cut hair, go ahead. But they haven't done color, you can't do that. So, but you don't have to learn the whole program to start doing.
Right.
Yes. So it kind of can be in chunks, but I don't know if that's what that says. I know what it means, but I'm not sure that everybody else would know. I could give an example. I love examples. Yeah, I'll give an example. That will help.
this is Tracy. Did it have something about completing the theory portion before? Was the wording of theory portion before? Was that in there before?
Yes, that's where it came. That's where the conversation got
Right.
spurred.
Right.
Was I had that because I think that's what heck has. And you guys decided no.
This, Tina, because the RAC did bring that up, that you have to finish your theory before you can move on. So if you're in a school for hair, facial, nails, and you completed your theory for hair, then you could start doing your practical procedures. But if you had not completed your theory for nails, aesthetics, what have you, you would not be able to move on to your practical.
But I think it's even more micro than that.
Agreed.
Is in your hair program, I've learned to
Yeah.
cut and I can start cutting practical operations. And that competency is determined by that school. Like,
Yeah.
you guys figured out, we don't really want to know. I was making a note.
But if you haven't learned color,
You can't do color.
You cannot
Yes,
do
so I'll put an example about that, and I think it will be more helpful. Example. Okay. Next one is student teacher ratio. So in our other boards, we have it listed, and so I felt it fitting to do it here. There was some question by Heck if we had the authority. I did it anyway. I think we do because we do it with everybody else. And it just makes sense. It keeps it clean and it's not murky. Because Heck is keeping some of their rules. So I don't know how schools are gonna keep that organized. But hopefully we'll do some kind of joint communication is what I'm hoping. We'll see. The other thing is they won't be doing their rulemaking until after your guys' rulemaking is done. So that's gonna actually be helpful. They hadn't originally planned that. But yeah, so. I wasn't talking about, yes, we could talk about bloodborne pathogens, big topic of conversation. So, you see it in yellow up here, and it's gonna come up in like several different places because I was trying to like think of other options, because I know. So when we did the aesthetics device rules, that was kind of the takeaway was, this is important. Both boards said, everybody, all fields of practice for COS cosmetology needs to do bloodborne pathogens. So added it in, the committee did not like that. So, this was one idea, is just add it to the safety and infection control, and bloodborne pathogens and training must be incorporated into practical operations. So you kind of just stuff you're already doing. School didn't want to, said that it's already in their programs, so they didn't want to have to do a separate like class. So, and
So they did say that it is already in there. So they did not want the hours to change because it's already taught, and why should they have a certificate of completion when they come in if it's already in the curriculum being taught?
This is Tracy. We did talk about it being like upon renewals as well, so there is that, right? Like, yes, you may have got taught that in school, but how many years ago was that? Is there any new information that you might need to know?
Yeah, this is Beatrice Mann, that was something that we did recommend because as a certified advanced esthetician as well, yearly you have to show proof of CPR and bloodborne pathogens as well. Why that can't be something that cosmetology does too, because we are working with shears and nippers and blood and wax and sharp implements all the time. In a cosmetology, that something as simple as just nipping a cuticle, you can draw blood and cause an infection, or you can. So that's where I think that was our recommendation, that even if it's taught in school, that it should also be like a yearly renewal upon renewal for 2 years. Yeah, 1 year, 2 years. Yeah, every 2 years that you are renewing your life, you're showing that you're renewing your blood, like you're taking the showing through the course.
Just to clear, so I get where you're coming from, but you want this to be a part of the license renewal as well? Is that what we're looking at right now?
Already part of the curriculum.
Okay, right.
It's just a matter of maintaining that condition.
Okay, so how are they going to get that bloodborne pathogen? I mean, because I have to do bloodborne pathogen for my career every year. So and I do it online, do we have it online?
it's basically you can do
Anywhere,
Barney's
Gotcha.
first aid. We literally give me 30 seconds.
We're talking, so I also have a tattoo license, so it's just automatic tattooing, you have to have that, that's one of their certificates, so it's like $30, whatever,
Okay.
online.
Thank you.
So, I could jump ahead to application requirements, or we can come back to that, because we're almost done with the curriculum, and then we go into the application to have your curriculum approved, and then we'll go to some ideas I have about having the bloodborne pathogens and making everybody happy. Okay. Where are we?
Actually, Sam, this little chef, on number 9, it almost seems like number 9 should be with number 7. And you could, when you're talking about differentiating what they can work on, like the practical operation demonstrates the hands-on application, instead of the word relevant skill, it could just be like, whatever the word achieved, like insinuating they got that skill with the practical stuff. I'm sorry, the other, yes, thank you.
We're
Group of skills to work in that field. It doesn't that number 9, isn't that sort of more related to 7, what we were just talking about? A student may not perform a practical operation until the school determines the student has met all competencies. For this purpose of this rule, going to number 9, practical operation is the demonstration and hands-on of a learned skill or whatever. Then
So
jump to 8 and then go into student ratios.
I think it would be better if I delete it from here and I put it over in definitions, because now that I've looked at it, I use it in other rules, so it's used multiple times, so I throw it over there and everyone knows. Thank you for pointing it out, because I would not have seen it. Does that make sense, though? Okay. Sarah, does that make sense? Okay. Probably not, which I would totally understand. Hmm. And pulled it up on the board, so might be easier. I don't know, maybe. Okay. So student teacher ratio, we got that one done. That's what Heck already had. And now we're on the top of 54. The school must meet all requirements set forth by the school's regulatory authority, including but not limited to student record keeping, instructional design, and authorization to teach. It's a kind of a catch-all. Like follow the rules of Heck or school districts or whomever. Upon request, by the office of school must provide the curriculum currently in use at the school. Okay. Each school must submit a copy of their current curriculum to the office by August 30th, 2024. Note, purpose of the school submitting the current curriculum is for office record keeping, not for any other reason. Not reviewing or approving or any of that. The school may be required to submit additional information upon request. These are kind of just administrative things. Must have the current curriculum on file at the school. Number 15, HLO will review curriculum against the requirements listed of this rule, will notify each school requiring they submit their curriculum for approval. And the next one is the reasons why we would do that, including but not limited to. The office receives information, school curriculum in the field of practice does not meet the board's requirements. So we, hear something, get a complaint, whatever. The office performs an audit of school curriculum, or the board revises the curriculum in the field of practice. So committee meets and all the things happen. Yes.
So, Tracy, in this, would it be at some point down the road, we're going over pass fails, that sort of thing, and we go, can we get a list of the schools that are having these pass fails? And at that time, the board could say, this particular institution has a high percentage of fails. Can we authorize and looking into their curriculum and what they're doing?
You could, yeah.
Yeah, this is Alicia Reed. It almost seems like it should be like automatic. If a school fails a certain percentage, it just triggers sort of them being on notice, like person.
Interesting, from my understanding, I don't know if it's changed, but isn't there a percentage of pass fail that a school needs to have to be able to reapply for their schools?
It's only for, this is team, it's only for accredited schools.
Yeah.
So is there an opportunity that even if we're not accredited, that we're following the same, so it's just kind of the same across similar schools, so there's not, it's just consistent all around, and that's what we're trying to create. Consistency. I think regardless if we're accredited or not, we should follow very similar of that standard. I think that's like standardizing curriculum so we are more consistent, because I think that's something that we lack in our community and schooling.
I'm wondering,
If this is a topic that we're having, if there's some opportunity for us to be more specific in that the conversation we can have. If it doesn't begin, how we improve.
Seems like a big one. This is right. It seems like a big one. I understand our intent with it. Speaking from like in the school frame, I know how many places do I report to? All right. Seems like there'd be a whole of trying to figure out who would monitor and who would make sure that the schools were doing what they were doing.
I think that little b, office performs an audit of school curriculum and field of practice. That one, I think, gets you there. That if we do,
Mhm.
the only, I mean, if you wanted to say if their fail rate 60%, I mean, here's the thing is I think those numbers get skewed based on retakes and if I'm not mistaken, it's not that smart. Is that right? So it would be better if we did it. I think that there's lots of things happening. Due to staffing and just a lot of stuff happening, kind of informing schools, teaching, giving them new information, giving teachers stuff to teach, which should be the board's job, has kind of went by the wayside. So, and that's just over time and resources. So, that's something that hoping to bring back
Yes.
as we move forward. And I think some of that stuff should be in there. I don't know.
Security, like, do y'all kind of just know what schools people are not passing from as much? Like, is that kind of something that's known in the office in general?
In general.
And then is that something that someone inside the office would be like, hey, I'm noticing ... Or do we leave that in the hands of the student? I also do not want to take the responsibility off of the school or off the student even to pass their tests. Like, a school can deliver all of the content and have you completely prepared, and you don't study, don't do, you as an individual human person are. Exactly. So, I don't want to take the responsibility off any one particular person, but I also don't want to place it on any one particular department. So.
This, Tina, I think that after the curriculum got changed and made proficiency schools have to do the practical hours, just like a regular hourly school had to do the hours. I would have to really look at it, but I think there is a bigger improvement because some transcripts that used to come to us would have 10 hours on it or 20 hours, and they were through, competency-based schools. So now you're seeing, more hours, more time taken with the student. But the pass-fail ratio results that we can have Nathan do for the next board meeting will help you see.
And you guys could say, do an audit.
Right.
Office audit 5% of the schools to see the particulars. We don't necessarily have to put it in the rule to do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions about those ones? Where are we? Yes. Any other? I'm gonna say something.
Oh, another thing that the Tina, the RAC did mention when we asked for the curriculum to be sent to them, it's not the entire curriculum. What was the verbiage to that? It was
program.
pages. Is it just?
I have it written down.
Okay.
Program.
Yes.
And it had like 4 different names depending on who you asked. Syllabus, course outline,
Yeah.
program,
Oh,
something.
That's-
I didn't put it in here because I think it will look different for each type of school. So in the communication, I'm gonna describe it. And you're gonna get a generic version of it, so. So, somehow we'll be communicating that we don't need your whole, you know, no, we don't need all that. Okay, we're 54, 55. Okay, so new rule. So this is like a new rule on page 55, top of page 55. So we don't, that I know of, in any of my programs, there's never been a rule to have your curriculum approved. And I think it's been a missing piece because in some programs we do it and in some programs we don't. But it's not really written anywhere. And since the board actually is taking on this role of the approver, we're gonna have you apply. It's not, there'll be no fee attached. It's just apply, give us some of this information so we can begin the process. A lot of times what happens, especially in tattooing, is here you'll get a copy of someone's curriculum. They haven't applied to be a school. They never apply to be a school. But Corinthia was taking a lot of time to
Yes.
approve these schools that never, ever became schools. So, part of this requirement is to, when you apply, we need to have some kind of verification that you've started the process. I just gave some examples of what the process, what those things have received or an email. Because HEX process is not friendly. Like you have to first do an interview to see if you're ready
Right.
to begin the application process. And then if you are, you can apply and pay your fee. And I'm like, oh my goodness. And somewhere in there, you got to have your curriculum approved, but it's not really clear. So, but the responsibility is being put back on the applicant, not HLO, because that's what Serenity was doing. It. Do you have this? Have they started? Da, 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 but we're not doing that.
Just for clarification, earlier we said, you're not approving your curriculum. Existing schools are submitting their curriculum, but it's not up for necessarily approval. New schools that are applying submit their curriculum for approval.
Yeah. And then it said newer revised schools. I wonder,
So if you change something drastically.
no, we're not doing that. No. Well, no. No. How do you define drastically? Do you have a percentage that you like?
Substantial.
Oh, so in my mind, and maybe this is, I need to close the gap, is revised would be, the board revises the curriculum in the field of practice. It's like an overall revision.
Yes, then you would have to.
This is right. So we're saying if the board revises curriculum, every school then needs to submit that curriculum for approval.
Just like Hector did in 2019.
Yeah.
But I'm not exactly sure how to say it. I went around and around with this rule in my own head.
Or you could say like new or board required revision.
But we don't really want to lock ourselves into that.
Oh, gotcha.
Could you put,
Required, leave board out and just say required revisions or substantial.
State required.
Substantial.
Mandated.
you were revised? Revised is a
Talking
change,
out loud.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
it's a change.
Yeah, and it's just an application. So if you revise it, let's say you add 10 procedures in and you want to revise it and you want to send it to us, great. But you gotta fill out the app. That's all this is saying. So you're gonna fill out this application so we know who, what, when, where, attached, and you've met some standards. Give us a reason. Maybe you need to say.
Tracy, I'm just kind of thinking like from the school mind, if your school is accepting federal financial aid, we now have these laws that make it so that we must do the minimum amount required by the state, which would, you know, is our practical applications, our hours, all those sorts of things. And so with any revision made by the board, we would then, every financial or every educational institute would then need to resubmit all of their documentation to your federal financial aid, which is very costly. So there's an extreme financial burden to educational facilities to continue to resubmit. So revised to me can be kind of like, if we're doing something really tiny, but then every school that has federal financial aid now has to resubmit all of their documentation. Because we have to fall under what is the requirements of the state. We can't just be like, well, we require 10 more. They don't allow, that will not exist any longer. We can't alter our hours
Through
through
the.
NACAS. Right,
Oh.
so revisions that are made, we would be, from my understanding, we would be required to do those, no matter what the school funds.
So right now you can add hours. But then
Until July,
until,
You can't do discretionary hours anymore?
you can, until July. As of July, we are mandated that we must meet to accept federal financial aid, we must adhere to the minimum hour requirement of the state. So you're locked in, which is, I mean, it's fine, it's good, but it makes it so that maneuvering outside of that is pretty impossible.
this is Tina, because you do have aesthetic schools that their requirements are X. However, they're teaching 600 and something hours.
Correct,
I remember that being brought up during RAC, that
Correct.
they will not be able to
correct,
do that.
correct.
They'll have to stay at
The 484.
As of what was the date?
I'm sorry.
What was the date?
July.
Out of curiosity, how much does it cost to resubmit this ballpark?
Thousands per program. In every program, this is Tracy, so every program, it's not just hair, aesthetics and nails, it's hair, aesthetics, nails. It's hair, aesthetics, nails, it's hair and aesthetics, it's hair and nails, it's aesthetics and nails, so it could be 7 programs.
Oh, geez.
And what are you getting for that money? Like, why is that fee there? What are they?
You can't do financial aid.
The opportunity to, through financial aid for students to go to school, and get a career. This is Sarah. I'm confused because, most of the schools, from my understanding, don't have federal aid here.
So basically, this is Chelsea. The federal aid is approved within a, if you have enough hours to go to school for a federal aid year. So the 600 hours is like the bare minimum. After the answers, like financial aid. Anything below 600 hours is then kind of actually get financial aid, because it's too few hours for what that.
And combine that.
You can't, that's what Tracy's talking about, so you can use skin and nails for things. That would put you into enough hours to then be able to apply.
But not for aesthetics and advanced aesthetics.
What,
They're choosing.
But aesthetics and nails would be.
Cosmetology on board
Mhm.
and.
Okay.
And so, and then also not all schools are accredited, so you have to go through a process to have accreditation. So there's a handful of schools in Oregon that are accredited for those hours to get financial aid.
can you explain to me? So what I originally heard you say is, as of July 1, there'll be a minimum through at NACAS for accreditation, and the minimum will be what the state has. So if, or maximum, so if it's 400 hours in hair and 485 procedures, that's what you can do. Tell me about why we're crossing over nails and aesthetics. Like, I don't understand this conversation. we dig up the rock and I'm like, I don't get what you're saying.
Like something saying, financial aid, you don't qualify for financial aid. A program does not qualify for financial aid until it's 600 hours.
Oh, that's the missing piece. Okay.
So our NEO program, and our kids program singularly do not qualify, but there, when you have filed a program with tech and everything else, you now have a program called aesthetics and nails. Those combined together qualify for financial aid because it meets the hour.
You know, that's all, this is how you word it, right?
In our
It used to be, right, it used to be that way. You had one number. One conglomerated number.
And we will still be, I mean, any school that is operating that way now will still be able to operate that way. There are schools currently that are at this, they're gonna have to drop their hours for their aesthetics program because they currently are operating at that 600 mark or higher or whatever, because when we, all of us sat, not all of us specifically, but sat around and talked about the hours requirements, we were like, this is just the minimum. Your school can do whatever you want. Well, if you accept financial aid, that is no longer the case.
And do they, this is Sammy, count, so for aesthetics, 444 plus 220 equals 620? Or
If you're
660?
combining the programs of aesthetics and nails, for aesthetics
No,
and
no.
everything else, but you can't.
In aesthetics, if that there, it's 444 hours and 225 practical operations, is that 444 plus 220 or just 444? Do you know if you just word that differently? You would be fine. You could do it differently. Other programs say 600 and some whatever, and of that, it's 220 practical operations. But
I would be interested in knowing if that were something that could happen.
but
So here's the thing, so all of those hours, this is Chelsea. All of those hours were created and based on the number of operations in addition to the specific theory portions that are not tied to an operation that you need to learn in order to receive your license.
okay, so let me make sure I'm understanding. So the operations is one thing, let's say an hour. I think barbering was 1 hour, one operation. And the 444 is what you need to theoretically. Is that accurate?
No, this is Tracy. I think I can clear
I
it.
don't know why this has to be complicated like
They
this.
was looking at our hours. They are
Right, but
breaking
it
out
was a
practical
choice.
operations separately.
It's a choice to do it this way. This is not required that the board write it like this, is all I'm saying to you.
So this is Beatrice, so what you're trying to say, Sammy, is you're saying that the wording can potentially change favor, where it's saying that, for us, I'm just saying aesthetic, it would be 664 hours total and then competency based, but out of that 664 hours, it's 220 hours are practical. That competency base will have to adhere to.
I mean, answer me
It's
this.
the wording of what I'm hearing, that she can change the wording.
When I go to school, am I learning 444 hours in let's say a book?
It's not, this is
Okay.
Tracy. That's what Chelsea was saying.
That's what I'm trying to
We
get.
did this originally. We were like, how many hours of book work is there? And then how many practical operations are there? How many do we require to be proficient? And then we took the amount of time it took, an average amount of time to complete
And got
the practical hours in addition to the theory hours. And that's how we came up with the total number of hours required for a program.
So 224 is
equals
theory
440 hours.
and 220 is practical.
The practical operations isn't necessarily 1 hour. Because we based it on what the practical operation was. A facial may take longer than a makeup application, but we had a number that we did for that, and that was actual like formula that we did.
And we took an average as far as when you're going to start learning, it might take you 3 hours to do a haircut. That's how I know. And by the time you're done, it could take you 20 minutes to do a haircut.
And
By the time you're an actual like professional and working regularly, so.
in order to get, this is Tina, in order to get funding now through NACAS for aesthetics has to be 600 hours.
For
Yeah.
any program or just as?
Just aesthetics.
Any program.
Well, Mrs. Tracy, any program has to meet a minimum hour requirement.
Yeah.
Of,
Of 600 hours, which is why a lot of schools will do aesthetics and nails together as a program, because you register it as a program, not two separate programs. A program is aesthetics and nails, and then that qualifies for financial aid because it's over that 600 hours.
But
For
the school,
example, this is Chelsea, for example, many schools have a cosmetology program. Oregon does not have a cosmetology license. So there's the difference between the program, which is what licenses you get from.
and there's schools, she was on the rack, this is Tina, that she only teaches aesthetics.
who's she?
This is Tracy.
But it is,
She was down here on the end.
oh, I'll get her name here.
She teaches aesthetics, but she does not accept financial aid.
Oh, yeah.
She's a Catholic school, and so she
Robbie.
doesn't, she can have whatever hours she
Yes.
wants. She can have 1,800 hours if she wants.
But hair design has to be at least 600, nail technology at least 600. Everybody is at least 600. Okay, but then you can also combine them to make 600.
Correct.
Interesting. Why did they do that? Was there public comment?
Yeah.
Oh. Huh, interesting. Well, you can always increase, I mean, you're way far from 600 hours in nail technology,
Correct.
but
Ms. Tracy, I'm not here in schools, bulk at the nail program.
because the ones that are accredited, no. Combine aesthetics and nails and you gotta, I guess we'll wait and see how July goes.
Also, I think then also like the whole, schools are gonna be hesitant to run a nails only program because the employment percentage is very low on that. And we're gonna be held to gainful employment standards that will make it so that you will lose your financial aid anyway, and you will close your school. They're talking about 60% of our schools closing in this gainful employment. Goes into it.
Karen, something, she's listening. She just said we explained the percentages.
Revised thing that
No,
all
and
of
they're
their
saying
schools that were accredited had to
Teams from
reapply
Kerry.
with these new programs. And even to change their original program from the 600 hours now down to the 440 hours. And pay for all of those
I'm in chat.
reaccreditation.
I think, I don't know what that's.
$1,000 for each.
Beatrice, so I guess my question is like what, like so far from what my understanding is, like what we talked about, nothing really changing that can affect.
I don't know where you want to go.
There you go. For the community.
Renewal
I
thing.
don't know how to
But,
get.
Area understood.
When we talk about practical. Where we are talking about the board revising potential practicals that haven't been revised in 20+ years. Here in Oregon, and so would that be a considered revision for you guys? So that's something that we need to have a conversation sooner as you or like align it to when you are, so you're not paying an extra fee, like I don't know.
This is Tracy, I'm talking about this here, like, I can, what this all based on was the word revise, right? Making sure that we're not just doing like willy-nilly revising things that still our heads. Now, I am aware that we have now made it so that the board must have a school, accredited school, or hourly school and a competency-based school on the board. So I guess I'm going to just trust in that those people would be able to advocate for schools in the moment of a possible revision of the curriculum and not be freaked out about it inside of this.
Yes. Karen,
What if? What if we took revised out of the initial piece and did a sub thing as far as if something is to change, like, and I don't know how to word this perfectly, but if something were to change, for what is included in the curriculum. They would only need to submit, like, they wouldn't have to submit their whole curriculum. They could just say like, this is where we're adding it, or this is how we're handling it. Would that-
We wouldn't want like piecemeal. Like, I don't understand. Like, do you mean if the board said we're changing the hours from 200 to 900?
Okay.
So you're just gonna give us a piece of the 900?
Would this revise only be based on the hours?
Hours in practice, hours and practical operations. Yeah, everything up in the rule right above that.
Because that was also another piece, is that the practical operations was the minimum of what you could require. You could still require more, so if you feel your school, like I know the Barbara school was big on that too, like, I want them to do way more, so that right this. I was like, cool, so have them do way more haircuts than that.
It just can't, the stress, it just can't alter their.
Yeah.
But yeah, we could, if you can get them to do, 40 haircuts in the time that the board had naturally allotted.
1.5.
Right, yeah, right.
We calculated the amount of time for specified practicals into program hours. We have 1.5 times weight to operations per Karen Chambers.
Very.
This is Carrie. I have a thought. So could you actually state more specifically, other than just revised? Could you actually state that, like in a, like A or B or different bullet point, saying if you have changed your practical procedures, the amount of practical procedures or hours, then you have to submit, an application or whatever. So if you change these specific things, but only list those two things, so you're not technically boxing yourself in, but.
We really only want to know if you've changed the minimum.
Yeah.
We could really care less if you're gonna do 17,000 haircuts. As long as you're doing, as long as you're doing, maybe that's what needs to say. Something about minimum. Well, if you guys have questions, everybody will have questions.
I guess who is it? Leaving it open for revise. Somebody could, change a procedure or where they do a procedure and think that that's revised. And then we get a whole new curriculum and application.
Yeah.
That's
And
the
then
same.
we send it back.
Yeah.
So something, yeah, I gotta think about that. Or I wonder if. I think. Maybe. Really, I hate the new Microsoft comments. See what I can kind of fancy, come up. Okay. Other than that. It's a pretty basic. It's a basic, like, give us some, really, we just want to know that you've started the process. Notwithstanding subsection 3 of a school, if a school is revising a previously approved curriculum, the applicant may submit a summary of the revisions, including revisions in hours and practical operations. Maybe that's more clear. I already wrote it.
Yeah, it's already in there. Number 6. Go.
I think I may have written it differently and had to rewrote it that way. That's why I didn't remember. I don't really know. Okay. So moving on to page.
56.
56. Practitioner certificate application requirements. So, okay, the pathway 1. Is somebody coming from a school, an Oregon school. And so we're gonna get a transcript. We are going to get a practical examination score. Question mark. Currently, it's 2 years. If you take the practical and you didn't pass the written, then. Wait, do you know what
If
you
you
said?
didn't pass the practical within 2 years, you had to go back to the school and retake the practical to come back in. During COVID, that was really hard for a lot of people. They ran out of their time and had to go have the expense of going back to school to take practical. So we had brought up going from 2 years to 5 years on the practical.
The committee hated it.
Yeah, some did, some didn't. Except for Rebecca.
I do think when we get to retakes, the retake changes may help
Help.
that. Because people won't have, if they're failing a lot, they won't have to wait so long. So,
So we could come back and revisit it after we look at the retakes.
This is Tracy, that's what I would do. Also, like. The two are so they're so separate. A practical test and a written test are just two very different things. And if you're a creative who's in this industry, written tests are probably not your strongest suit. Doesn't mean you still don't know how to do the services. And, you know, just being a school that does retesting for people, it means very little, and practically means very little to them not being able to pass their test here.
Yeah.
So I don't have a problem.
Chelsea, I completely
Yeah.
agree with you. We can. They're completely separate tests. They shouldn't affect each other.
So I would say we can get back to that.
okay.
Say, but we get, after these retakes changes have happened.
Yeah.
If we need to have another conversation about it, I think we would have more information to make it better.
Do you want to leave it at 2 then? Or do you want maybe 3? Or
I think
go to 5?
I mean, I feel like they're probably still doing those services somewhere on the down low. They're probably just getting better over time.
You can go with 5 in the proposed rule and see what people say.
Yeah.
Okay. Do it.
Oh, that was easy. It'll make license, this Tina, it will make licensing job easier when it comes to applicants, because we're watching the 2-year limit on the
Not.
application process.
No.
And then we're watching the 2-year limit on the practical process. So it's constant all the time. Either we're missing one or we're missing the other, or it's forgotten to tell them that they have to go take a practical before coming back in. It is a lot.
This is Tracy. It's a lot from the school side as well. Like finding space to have all these other people come in this test. Like, it's not, I mean, our students obviously are priority number 1, but I'm here to help the entire industry.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to do everything I can to make sure that we're getting these people back in, and sometimes I'm having to push them nuts out.
And
So it would be way easier.
this is Bob, you know, in other programs where we've had limitations where we're boxed in on years, short, like 2 years. What we've found is it doesn't allow for life to happen. You know, they may have to leave Oregon for a while, within that 2-year period and help an elderly adult or foster children or what have you, so.
Okay. So. Pathway two, is that right? Hold on. Let me think about this. God, these start to flow together. I can't see one from the other.
Reciprocity.
That's not generation was passed. Something and I heal.
What will change is the submit proof. Or can they attest?
Okay. So pathway two, reciprocity. One question is, do you want applicants coming from another state, country with an active license to submit proof of bloodborne pathogens? You could just require it in one or the other, I suppose. Hold on, let me think. I think RT doesn't do it initially, but they only do it at renewal.
Yeah.
I'm not, I think. Yeah, sure. So yes to reciprocity and submit proof of bloodborne pathogens.
Yes, and if not, it's terrible. Then offer it when they come to renew or they submit a license to do work in Oregon. Yeah, so yes, I would say yes.
Okay, and this is proposed, so if people
Yeah.
don't like it, we'll hear about it. And this rule does also, it's on page. I'm not looking at the. hold on here. 58, pathway to this little b, big B, if not included in the education and training under subsection B. Do you want to have that, or do you want to have you're taking the bloodborne pathogens, period?
Oh, this is for military.
It's for both.
Oh.
So pathway two, little b, big B is the education or training, including education and training in the military, that's substantially equivalent to Oregon's certification requirements. And then it has 2 and 3. So you have to have an active authorization. And what big D saying is, if you have had the bloodborne pathogens in that training, then you don't have to do it.
But how would we know?
That training may have been 4 years ago.
So I'm just asking, do you just want them to submit it?
Yeah.
Okay. And then that leads me to my next question. Do you want, you could submit, or you could add this for Oregon graduates. You could add it like this into that rule that says submit current proof of bloodborne pathogens training unless you learned it in school. But maybe a school doesn't teach it that, doesn't have it in there. I don't know. So that kind of reiterates it. I don't know. That's just one idea.
This, Tina. My thought, I'm just saying, we have a hard enough time with students up there to get 2 pieces of ID to come in. Or that their names match. I can't even imagine them going to take the class to come in. I mean,
For who? Or Oregon licensees?
Yeah.
This is Chelsea. Oh, they're still taking that test with reciprocity. They take the written tests anyways.
This is something the board requested, both boards requested, to have bloodborne pathogens. If that's not any different than taking the Oregon laws and rules test, I would say take it out then, but I don't know. You tell me.
We don't,
Is it the same?
we don't want applicants to just jump through hoops, jump through. And then
They're your guys' hoops. I'm just entering the call of
I
your,
don't. Bad enough that we're already raising, their license fees. I get that. But now we're saying, okay, you have to do this, they have to do this. I'm against it. And go ahead.
I'm just be interested, for CAEs, it's like you're not, you, as a practitioner, you are required to take CPR and bloodborne pathogens, but it says that I know when we submit the renewal, it's you're not submitting anything. So you as a practitioner know that you are taking the test, you're keeping it on record, but we're not submitting it via to the, upon renewal, we keep it, and if we are to be investigated, we
a
have to.
test, yeah, you test to it,
You have to test.
and then we can audit you.
Yeah, and then if you get audited or inspected or questioned, that's where,
You can show that, you can show that you have taken the exam or in somehow. The updated bloodborne pathogen exam, or just to say, hey, this is my transcript, I've already taken it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
This is Tracy, and you know, I think we have to ride the line too of making sure that we make it possible for as many people to pass this test and get into the industry as possible, as well as our objective is public safety, making sure that people are safe. And so I think we have to ride that line of making sure people are not out there just being, you know,
Reckless.
reckless with their decisions. Exactly. But also I don't want to make it, you're right, I don't want to make an obstacle. I want as many people as possible to have to be in the industry.
And this is Harold, Tracy, I agree with you 100%. But like you said before, it's a fine line and you balance
Exactly.
it out.
Yeah.
And as a person who strongly supports public safety, yes,
Right.
they have to be trained in these and bloodborne pathogens. We want our stylists and our people to be the best equipped as they can to serve the public. However, there's a fine line to be throwing all these other types of things in there to say, okay, we gotta do this, gotta do this. Oh yeah, by the way, we gotta raise your fees as well. So just again, it's a balancing act. And I just, yes.
Beatrice Van, and I guess like I'm kind of like big on this too, like I do understand, but I think like as an esthetician, like we are also put in a position where we have to chart more than more than any other field of practice. We have to keep documentation. We have to prove all of our trainings. Like, so there's so much more. I think this whole conversation came of how can we, where not just the estheticians have to do this, how do we make it more as a universal thing as a board of cosmetology? Because as estheticians, you know, we're waxing, but also hairdressers, they're bleaching hair. And so there's still so much safety that not only as an esthetician, we're doing things that could potentially damage or harm, but there's anything in the cosmetology field can potentially create that harm or tissue damage or whatever. So I think that's where that we are required to chart, we are required to take bloodborne pathogens, we are required to do X, Y, Z. And so I think that's where that conversation came, that it becomes a little bit more universal as a community, as a beauty industry versus us as estheticians being separated from. And I think that's kind of where this, like, was the first step for us to be aligned as a unified cosmetology program, a board of cosmetology.
And this is Alicia, to go back to something else too, just to make it standard, like to only pinpoint the estheticians, oh, we all can create bleeding, but we're only gonna make them go get the bloodborne pathogens. It's just, that's ridiculous, kind of. Like, it's not fair, it's not consistent, it just looks like willy-nilly, we're making them do it, but not us. I mean, I've cut, sadly, enough people in my day, it happens. I just think it's important for everybody, and I think practitioners like the barbers and whoever, I think they get that,
Oh, no, I
Yeah.
think so, and I agree, I get that. But documenting certain things, what you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
the
have
board
to.
makes us do-
Barbers don't necessarily do that unless it's something egregious at a time. I've been getting my hair cut for 45 years and I have never had. So something egregious like that. So I don't want to put the necessary burden on any other discipline. And I just want to make sure that we're all in the know to where, yes, there are certain disciplines where you're gonna have to document everything, like your team or your discipline. While the other disciplines, yes, they document, but not to the extent that you're doing. For example, you could almost say that, hey, we're internal medicine and you're surgery. So you see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying, just to make it easy. That's all. I just want our people, and yes, I mean, people, all of our people take pride in what they do. There's no doubt about that. But I just want to make sure that we're all in the know to where, hey, let's make sure that when we add certain things, we add bloodborne pathogens, which I think for public safety, Tracy, I think it's great. I think this is very good, but let's not overload them with more fees, more exams, more everything else. That's all I'm saying.
Tracy, sorry.
I was just gonna suggest, and maybe, it's already been said, so they get it in school, safety and sanitation.
But remember, not everybody's coming
Yeah.
from a higher education coordinating commission.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
all right, then my idea is not.
Tracy, so do we need to change the wording to something more of what Bee was saying? Basically, you're saying, yes, I've taken this course, but
Attest.
not necessarily submit proof of permit, blah, blah, blah.
Have them attest to it. That's what I was alluding to, but yeah, momentarily lapse of.
Because this doesn't make it a school requirement. This makes it an applicant requirement.
Right,
So if you gotta go out and get it from Barney the purple elephant, you gotta go out and get it.
Yeah.
right.
Re- Irrelevant of the school bid.
The responsibility back on the individual to determine what level of training and education they want.
Mhm.
Right?
Okay, if we do,
Because chances are, if they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, they will for us at some point or another.
do you want to then have it specific under or an Oregon school to be a test to proof of current bloodborne pathogens unless it's in the education and training? Because right now I don't have it in there at all. Right, yeah,
Pathway one.
in pathway one, right? I don't know what that is.
No, you don't have it.
Yeah,
I think that right, I think we've made the assumption that they're getting that knowledge in school. So in pathway one, they are already
Okay.
getting that knowledge.
they're teaching the board's curriculum. They're good. Okay,
Correct.
we're good.
So pathway two. The reciprocity. Initially show proof and then self-attest on renewals or self-attest
Do you want
initially.
proof? You can attest all the time. Right. Reciprocity people.
Yeah.
They're not doing the board's curriculum.
Doing the board's curriculum, they have to follow a test based on the board's curriculum.
Wording law.
Oregon law.
And then field to practice. Yeah.
Mail, here,
The
they
field
have
practice.
the field practice.
So maybe you don't have it at all.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what
just
I'm saying.
on renewal.
They're already testing to get in, and based on that testing, we're saying that testing says, yes, you received everything you were supposed to receive in the curriculum. If you can pass that with reciprocity, then you studied everything you were supposed to study within the curriculum. Then on renewal, just like everybody else, then they have to say, yes, I agree with this.
You're keeping up on something that you actually didn't get. Or they actually having to get bloodborne pathogens
To renew,
every renewal.
every 2 years.
It's not that. They would renew the same way anybody else would.
Right, I get that.
I think we're still on.
Yeah, I think what,
Submit approved.
this is,
Go ahead,
I
Bob.
was
We're
gonna
not
say,
gonna submit proof, right?
We're gonna get rid
We're not submitting proof. So we don't know what you've done. So under renewal, you're just gonna attest to having
taken.
active, current, whatever word you want to use, bloodborne pathogens
Yeah.
every 2 years.
Yeah. All of those questions in our written exam as well as the Oregon Law exam. So those, that is telling us that if you pass these 2 exams to get reciprocity, you show proof that you understand bloodborne pathogen and infection control.
So I'm just gonna take it out of all,
Yeah.
Yeah.
all pathways and move it down to renewal.
Renewal.
Agreed, that.
Perfect.
that's what I was gonna suggest.
I already have an. Can I call for a bathroom break?
Absolutely.
Please?
5 minutes,
I'll double that.
3 minutes?
Yeah, because we're actually at a good place.
Reasonably acceptable.
Oh my gosh, define that.
I get that question all the time.
Carrie. Oh, do you have to mute?
Okay, back on at 116.
Thank you.
We are bottom of page 8. Pathway 3.
Wait, three, page
58.
58.
So pathway 3 is interesting. This was part of 217. So currently HEC takes the people who have education and training but don't have an active license, out of state, out of country, and they get all their information, see if they are substantially equivalent, and they send them to
A school.
one of us, a deputized school. And they do an assessment and practical. That is not the way it's going to be anymore. However, I think there's some kinks we're gonna need to work out and some communication we're gonna have to do. Because basically what the law says is, has to be substantial. So if somebody coming from another state or country without a license, but they have education and training, they go to a school. And if they are substantially equivalent, they can go to a school, get an assessment, have an evaluation, and then they come into Oregon. And they come in to take the practical, come to our office, take the written test. Here's my fear. My fear is, I have a lot of fears. And I'm not exactly sure how it's all gonna work, to be honest with you, because somebody I think needs to determine substantially equivalent to send them to the school. And we haven't talked about that.
Well, I thought that anybody coming in from another state that let their license lapse and they can't renew
And they
it.
never had a license. They never got one.
Well, those are easy ones because they already do that. If somebody graduated from a school in another state, never got their license, but moved to Oregon for whatever reason, we just send them to the school with their transcript. The school evaluates their transcript and it either enrolls them and teaches them out. They do a new transcript, transfer their hours in, and teach them out. Then they come to us with both their transferred hours and their transcript.
Then they
That's-
become actually pathway 1.
Yes, they do.
So that is irrelevant.
Right, but that's
Thank-
what happens right now. So,
I'm talking about not the pathway ones.
right. I was just saying, because you said not licensed. I was just explaining. So other individuals coming from another state that let their license lapse and or coming from out of country goes to HEC. HEC reviews their information, employment, how many years they've been working, X, Y, and Z, and then they're sent to a school. We're not going to do that part. We want to just be able to tell them you need to go to a school and have the school evaluate.
Right.
Yes. And then the school will do their evaluation if they think that this individual needs to enroll in the school and do X amount of hours, say 100 hours or whatever. It's up to the school to determine, because you guys are the professionals doing this. You're the educators, you know what's needed. If they don't need anything at all, then you're just going to transfer all their hours in, do the practical, fill out a transcript and send it to us. We have thought about making some kind of an easier form to do that you've assessed.
Well, there has to be,
Yeah,
because they have to attest to actually verifying things.
and then you would send them into test.
Hearing is that when somebody is coming from another state or another country, usually it's more people from out of the country who are coming to us, that usually HEC will send them to a school and then we usually review it anyway. That we don't have to fill out, like, we just usually send in the transcript that
Yeah.
they complete. And now you're saying that as a school, you would just say, okay, you're from another state or another school, here are the schools, you need to just contact the school, and then now we have to do that formal form. And also assessment, and then submit that to the state. So we're doing all of the steps.
Yes.
That's what
Well, and I think that when Karen gave me some feedback, and there was some issues about test scores getting put on the school's pass fail rates. And so I'm not, and that there's a magic heck licensing number, which Tina clarified that there's not. So if Beatrice's school sends somebody to HLO, it gets put on your school, whether they were.
They're not.
So, do you want it that way? Because it's technically not a transfer. Technically saying you've evaluated them, you've given them a number practically, you verify that they have education and training.
And you can, on the form, we can put non-credentialed. That would, because when non-credentialed go from heck to school and come to us, we put them in the computer as non-credential. There's either reciprocity, non-credential, or graduate from a school. So if it's put in non-credential, it still puts the school that they went to, just so we know where they went and who's sending in the forms. So if the pass-fail results are done, those non-credentialed can be pulled from there. I'm pretty sure they can. They can be pulled from that pass-fail.
So this is Tracy. So if we don't seek out that they have gone to any sort of educational facility,
Doesn't have to be that. It can be, they did apprenticeship under Harold somewhere, and they have documentation of that.
Not in Oregon.
talk about scared years that a school is saying, yeah, like, you did great. That's, yeah, you're ready. Let's do this, without that it puts, you know, the burden of responsibility on the school to be like, yeah, you've had all the training.
And this is Beatrice, that heck did take that out of, like, that piece out for us to feel better about taking that person to do the practical. So now you are putting that responsibility on that, but I guess at the end of the day too, like, we are charging that person too. So I think it's upon the school's discretion if you're gonna take that person on or not. And take that responsibility, but that does open up some safety issues.
If they can pass a practice, the same, pass a practical and the written, are they meeting the minimum competency?
But if they go to, this is Beatrice, but they go to another school that has less expectations, or less requirements, like, that's kind of where, like, it goes back to what is considered competent, right? And everyone has a different perspective on that. Where when you're bringing somebody from out of the country, a different state, their services and their application may be very different. And so if you're not teaching fully, that's where it's perspective, it's perception.
This is Tina. What if you did a skills assessment and a practical and they didn't pass? You would enroll them, correct? I mean, that's normally what happens now.
We give them the option of enrolling.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, either you can enroll with us and we'll teach you out or not.
This is Beatrice again. So would that be meaning that kind of like Heck has schools that they recommend these out of state, out of country restaurant pathway 3 individuals? Would that be the same where there are like schools that, so it could be any school? I think that's kind of where Tracy mentioned.
Yeah, this is Tracy, like, if they didn't pass the skills assessment and they are, what's the word, credentialed, like, they're most likely probably not gonna enroll in school anyway, because they're not gonna have anything transferred in. Like, they're gonna have to do an entire program. They'll have to do the entire program. Because if they don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, they don't, if they had all the transcripts and everything like that, then they would be uncredentialed.
So Sammy, do they have to enroll? Or can you just teach them what they need to know?
Well,
Yeah.
they do still, they still enroll because you're putting in time
hours
on them. So they are still, right, signing a contract to enroll within the school for the practice.
But they don't have to learn the whole program.
That's under discretion.
Yeah.
Right, which is what I'm saying.
What if you don't transfer hours in?
Some countries don't have a program, and so they're coming in with experience. And so that's where HEC normally looks at that, reviews that before they actually transfer that information to a school. And the school does evaluate what would technically transfer over as hours and practicum. And then we do a skills assessment. But then what I'm hearing is that now it can be open to any schools. And then that goes back to kind of earlier what Harold mentioned about testing and accountability. And so that kind of opens up a little bit of
Well, this is Tina. What if there's some type of a guideline? You know, that you have to have X, Y, and Z, or, you know, letters from their employers.
this is being, I think all that could be. Like with this day and age, and I guess like I just can't wrap my head around it. Like I keep on thinking about safety and I feel like is there a way that schools who are wanting to, like not everyone's gonna want to do it, that you become a certified school and these are the schools that you go to. So if a school wants to, it goes back to you are going through an application to apply for this program to take on restaurants.
Interesting. It just feels like it makes it so that the school is taking on a lot of responsibility to ensure that these people have some sort of training. And I fear that a school would basically say, I'm not going to do this if that amount of responsibility is put on their shoulders, that they just wouldn't do it at all. I think there's just been some sense of like, oh, if you've gone through, heck, if you've gone through, you know, whatever, and they've approved you to come be assessed, then you're good. Okay, cool. I can trust that you are in a place that we can assess you. And I'm sorry, the amount of training that we would need to do for a person to go through and how do I make sure, exactly, how do I make sure that this person is viable for this skill assessment?
This is Chelsea. It seems to me that the obvious option for these people would be to go to a competency-based school. Since Oregon does have competency-based,
Right.
that would be the best option, is to go and essentially prove their skills, that they know this information, and then test out that way. Rather than, I mean, like, because I think the large majority of schools that are hour-based, they're gonna say, well, we'll take a certain number of transfer hours, but we still need to say that we're paying you for these different things.
They're gonna enroll them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is Beatrice, I think that's where I'm leaning on what Tracy was mentioning of like with that extra layer, that school, like you're gonna have people who are gonna get denied to test because of that extra work that a school is gonna have to put into to make sure they're doing the right thing if they are doing the right thing. And that will require many hours to verify.
And this Tracy, and then if you do deny someone, then what is your footing and what is your foundation of standing upon to deny someone? Because then you're opening yourself up for.
I don't know if you're denying them, you're just saying you're not.
You don't have.
Well, not saying.
You haven't missed the assessment.
Put back on us to say, oh, you've been through the proper schooling and you're in a position where you can have a skills assessment. Then if we don't have a properly trained person to be like, oh, how are we documenting, what kind of information are we getting from someone's history that has them be in a position of just having a skills assessment?
Yeah.
There's a lot of legalities that it looks like you would, especially if you're taking federal financial aid, you just have a whole other set of rules that you have to live by.
I mean, if you just said they're not qualified yet because they can't pass the practical, what would you do with any other student?
Well, are you giving them school before you've assessed it? I mean, before you've done the,
I mean, yeah, the practical, I guess, is the last piece. So,
I guess what is like if someone comes in with saying they just apprenticed somewhere, what is the difference between that and bringing in a student who says, I grew up doing hair with my friends and just having them take a practical and then letting them go and test?
So this Tina, so a lot of the states have apprenticeship programs. They take so many hours at a school and then go into apprenticeship. They're documented hours. you know, you definitely, anybody in the United States is gonna have some type of documents coming in with their
And I
hours.
think that is that there needs to be parameters behind what's the approved documentation.
I'm just wondering if we could look at the federal guidelines for that. And I think federal guidelines for financial aid, there's hour requirements and there's certain things.
That's what this is Chelsea, that's what I was saying, is that those guidelines are based on the state's guidelines, and each state has their own guidelines and rules.
Our state department doesn't rule. It was through HEC, but this is Beatrice and HEC, and we're, as a board of cosmetology, we're taking that responsibility from HEC now. So that's kind of where the session coming is. How is this process putting to go through a different umbrella? And then now it's being transferred to us, and now we're trying to transfer it to the schools. That's
So-
the discussion.
So this is Harold. So what did heck do? I mean, seriously, what did heck do? Instead of reinventing the wheel, let's see if we can modify it. That's why I'm thinking, I mean, why come up with this whole albatross where we can just take a look at heck and say, okay, how can we best take a look at these people who are, these individuals who are transferring into our state, who want to practice in our state? What did that do? Okay, how can we enhance it? How can we make it easier, or what have you? Modify it to where, okay, we feel and everybody else feels comfortable that these new individuals, these new practitioners are competent enough to practice in our state. And I think that's where we need to be, instead of doing this, doing that. I mean, if I had it my way, in an ideal world, I would utilize our website now that I know all this is on there. Thank you, Ms. Van. Now that I know it's all, I would have you taken bloodborne pathogen? No. Here's the study guide, here's the exam. 75%, great, you're good. Now come in and you know, that, I mean, I like easy. Everybody likes easy. I don't want to go through, I mean, I understand in life there are hoops everybody has to go through. I get that. And yes, you have to have standards, no doubt, but let's not make it difficult. I mean, to the point where we're just doing stuff to do it. Just to throw mountains in front of people to say, okay, well, do this now, do this, do this. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I said you look at heck and go, okay, what are they doing? Okay, let's see if that's something that we can utilize over on our side to evaluate the new practitioners, or the people who want to be practitioners coming into our state.
Well, and Karen has said, there is some undocumented people, you know, that have leave their countries and came here and had to leave without paperwork. So, you know, there's not a whole lot for them to review. And then I'm not sure how she takes them if they don't have any documents, and then she sends them to a school. And the school does the skills assessment. What we were trying to do is eliminate them having to come into us, into HLO, and having to review all their documents, because one, we're not cosmetologists. And then cutting that out, their wait time just to go to a school and have the school evaluate their
I don't think it's gonna
education.
work though.
Huh?
I don't think it's gonna work.
Okay.
Just based on the law, Harold. Sometimes we have to go with what it says in the law,
Okay.
because they make hurdles. They're hurdle makers.
Okay, well, I totally understand, and thank you very much.
The legislators
So
are.
tell,
Because they said it in there.
so I am a law abiding citizen.
What
I pay my taxes.
Karen had
No,
said,
my only issue is, we've already had a body that took care of these people, took care of this, right? These potential practitioners or undocumented practitioners. Okay, we're gonna be responsible for them now. Okay, well, what did they do?
I
That's all
can
I'm saying.
tell you what they did. She emailed me.
So was that,
She emailed me what they do.
oh, okay.
And it's a myriad of things, because it depends on what they get.
Okay,
So she said sometimes they get transcripts, but not always.
right,
And a lot of times they are not in English. They must be translated.
okay,
And then originally do not require translation be certified, so there's that.
Have to go
Does not
through a
need to
certified
read.
translator to have all their documents done. That's one thing.
Country. Oh, here's one. I believe the statute allowed for this because many of the participants from out of country had to flee from home country under less than ideal circumstances.
okay.
I don't know that the law doesn't say that, but there was some conversation.
Sandy.
Yes,
And
but they don't have like
this
a
is Harold.
document, I don't think.
Quick question. Let's lump it all in and say, okay, they're undocumented. Okay, and you're saying, okay, so we're taking that clump over. What are we going to do? What does heck do? That we can transfer over to us and that makes sense? Is that,
I don't know.
oh, okay.
I don't know if they have a form. They never said. I've only received their application packet and I don't believe that's in there. She didn't talk about a form in the email. I mean, she's
So we
on
have to
there
get
or was.
direction. This Tina, direction from her of all the qualifying things that they would do a check off list on. You know, to make it easier.
This is Harold again. So what is is this a major issue? Is this something that the board has to spend a large amount of time to do? What are the numbers? Let's look at the number. Out of the new applicants, how many are coming from out of state?
I do.
How many are coming from foreign entities? That's what we need to take a look at, because if it's 2 a year.
I mean, you
it's
have
10 a
to
year,
get the stats from.
and I 10 out of 500, I don't know if it's something that the board should be, well, no, but if it's a significant amount, okay, it's something we have to tackle.
I get probably 5+ letters from HEC a month. Of individuals coming in either unlicensed from another state. They were licensed, but no longer hold a license.
Mhm.
So those ones are a big difference because they've had years and years of experience. And they can have an affidavit that they bring to the school saying, this is how long I was licensed in that state. When you get into individuals that undocumented or coming in from out of country that have to have all their documents translated. The translated ones would be an easier one too, because they'll have X, Y, and Z. It's the undocumented that don't have any paperwork. That really the schools would have to, we'd have to figure out how we would.
So, and so this is Harold again. So we would have to figure out, you're gonna have to pick a school, get those hours and get prep. So that you can pass the boards, correct? Correct, okay, okay, got it, okay. So that's where we're at now, to say, okay, or better yet, do they wanna take a chance and go ahead and take the boards?
Doesn't Felicia say, can they challenge the city boards? Just like come in and do everything, and if they pass.
No,
No, I don't.
And-
I don't think that.
the law says they can't. And HEC's not doing it anymore. The law took it out of their hands and put it in HLO's hands. HLO and the school's hands. So what would you, if you could have the world, what would you want the world to look like? Certain schools that is based on, I don't know. How would you rate the school?
This is gonna, if all of the responsibility is going to be placed on the school, I believe that you will have a smaller number of schools that would be willing to participate in this. ideally, there would be someone else saying you are authorized to come do a skills assessment and test at a school.
Beatrice, this is Sammy. When you get the information from HEC, does HEC tell you, do they give you like, we think this is 200 hours of X and 400 hours of
Yeah.
X? They just say,
Phone skills. That's it.
wait,
I know Tracy, this is Beatrice Tracy, who does quite a few of them too, it sounds like. So, yeah, from my understanding is that it gets submitted to HEC, to our director, and then our director will hand it to an instructor, and then we like kind of go through what they've done in their state and what kind of mirrors over that, and then we assess like what does that look like with their path, and if it's equal to or more than what we currently do, and then from there we kind of create a plan. But there's nothing that like tells you if it comes from a school from another state, they have a transcript, that's really easy.
Yeah.
But the ones from foreign countries, that's a little like there's.
I have a question, this is Tina. How many don't pass? Have you had any?
Mr. Tracy, do you mean the practical portion? Very few don't pass in the practical portion. Most of them don't pass in the written portion. And that's where our numbers get affected.
You'd written here.
Right.
This is Beatrice. For aesthetics, we have had people that we actually didn't pass because they did aesthetics, but they didn't wax.
Yeah.
And so, or they did aesthetics, but they just did facial. So then we have waxing, we have makeup, we have body treatment. So they are not learning all of those. And so then that's where they do usually.
Do you enroll them at that time?
Yeah.
So they'd be enrolled. And then they'd pay you a certain amount of tuition. And then you would,
I think
finish
I
off
think it's not about, this is Beatrice, about like the whole idea of them coming back to school. I think it goes back to what is the requirements of us accepting this applicant. And so then if we aren't accepting it, it kind of goes back to the legal, because again, there was like, as we call it, the buffer, HEC was our buffer.
I think HLO has to be the
Yeah.
buffer.
well, that's what we'll have to, in position, we'll have to do that. And then that will be the buffer, and then we'll just send them a letter to go to a school. That's what we used to do.
Sarah?
So is there, in the new, would there be like a timeline on this, like after, like say their license expired, how many years ago? Like, is there a time?
No. I don't know if you could put a timeline on it. You could potentially do 2 different non-credentialed pathways. If you wanted to do one for someone who did hold a license. And they may, you could, I think, deem it. You could waive those education requirements because they did hold a license. So assuming that they had some education, took a test, held a license, and then send them to the school. So they kind of would be easier than those who never held a license. You could do that. I think I put it on in my notes to see if that's possible. That might get the ones who did hold a license and are just it's not active kind of through the system faster.
I mean, I think when I think about it, I think about the most extreme cases, which is someone fleeing their country and having no documentation.
Yeah, it burned in.
It's like, okay, cool. But we don't get, we have something like that in the country.
I guess I'm confused because, under the last law, going through tech, there were time requirements, correct?
Where?
Your license couldn't be expired for more than 3 years or something like that.
No, that's for practical.
Wait, where
Earlier, we were talking about.
are you? What page are you on?
3 years.
Page are you on?
I'm just wondering what the heck requirements were.
Here we go. They are on page. Oh, I hate double saying. Page 59, page. See, they are on page 59. And they're struck through, big A, big B, big C. You see it? Welcome to the rule. That was what we required under today. Good question.
Just pass it up.
Well, they can't even get to that.
Written exam.
That's the problem, is we can't even get them there because now we're trying to figure out who's just deciding what portion of the education can be waived.
Oh,
Because what the law is telling you that you can do is if somebody has had education and training and doesn't hold an active license, HLO can waive all or part of the education requirements under subsection 1 of the law, and send you to a school for assessment and practical. That's what is required. But the question is, who decides when it can be waived?
So that's why we have to come up with some type of standard.
I don't know. Oh, Harold, I need more time.
Okay.
We'll have to read.
Maybe circle, like continue on and sit on that and then circle back on this.
Yeah.
Since we don't-
Do we on a different day or today?
How about on a different day?
We can't circle back on a different day.
You have to sit- yeah.
Well, that's not true. We could just do it how I have it written and hope for the best. And some of this can be worked out
Okay.
administratively, I think.
Hey, this is Harold. Sammy, some of the information is kind of missing. So can we, just,
Purpose. 'Cause I don't know.
so
what's
I
there.
just wanna, that's why I don't wanna vote on it right now. I wanna get the information so we can all say, okay, well, yeah, and instead of saying, okay, let's vote. And
Yeah,
that's a blind vote to me.
well, if we
And
don't
like,
do
it's
something, then you'll have these people that don't have a mechanism to get a license on July 1st.
Well, when's our next?
So we have to decide on, this is Tracy, we need to decide on something today so that we can go up for public comment so that we can make a final decision
For July.
in June for July.
So do we, this is Harold, do we wanna stick with heck then?
No longer.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is, do we want to stick with tech standards for now and then revise them by the end of the year?
Whatever they may be, sure. I don't know what they are.
Be a trend. It's not about the heck formula, it's about this process has gone through heck.
Right,
And we
and
don't have heck anymore.
that's what,
What you're gonna go through.
so, no, that's what I'm saying. Do we take, yeah, so we take their process and say, okay, until we revise this, and we will have something revised by the end of the year that said, that's fair, we're all informed, and then we can make proper decisions versus going yay or nay and starting to do it now, because we still are missing pieces to make a comparable, a competent decision that will have a positive impact. So that's all I'm saying. That's why I'm saying, we can take the HEC standards, make them the Board of Cosmetology standards, and then from there, next meeting, we hash it out because we'll have more data from the HEC people, so we can make a conscious decision that we're all proud of and happy with and fair.
Okay.
Just stop. Chelsea, what do you think?
I think that it does, I think it needs to be referred to the school from HLO. As far as like, yes, we're saying that this person is coming with whatever it is. We deem them good to be able to just go in and take a skills assessment.
That's what the law said.
Let's stick with what's going on.
And then it's from the school as far as how we bring you in.
I agree. This would be a transition. I think if that's the law, we can't change the law as I've been talking about. That's the law. We just need to stick to the law and not make it complicated.
Mrs. Tracy, I guess, like, we can understand that there is a person, power, strength, person, strength, hours unavailable. We've already talked about where our budget is, and now we're looking at taking more person hours and allotting it to this particular task. And so we can understand the frustration and the burden of the department as well. And, it would be nice to have more time and more
You're right.
resources to make up.
And that, Tracy, this is Carol, maybe bring up a really good point about budget. Is Heck gonna give us their budget, part of their budget that did this? No, no. Really? You gotta be kidding me. So they're gonna pile it on the Board of Cosmetology and not give some type of concessions? Say, here, guys, here's a little budget to do this, something? Oh, wow, okay. Thank
You could charge a higher application fee for non-credentialed if you wanted.
Well, I mean, this is a list that kind of makes sense if you're just looking at how much time they're going to require.
For you to revisit after.
Yeah, why not charge more? Why wouldn't we really?
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is, what is the application?
Hold on, I'm wondering that.
Actually, this is.
I mean, we can pop it up as.
Is reciprocity non-credentialed? Can you do reciprocity? Mhm.
What is the, how much we pay?
Okay.
Does a non-credentialed pay 30 or 100?
They pay 30 because they're coming from the school.
But the way it's worded now, they're coming from a school just with an assessment, not with any education or training. HLOs determined that is waived. Education and training has now been waived. Go to the
They
school.
go through the rest.
So what if we charge them $100 because the application process is lengthier and more detailed?
They'd have to submit an application, their application fee and all their documentation to be reviewed.
I like that.
I mean, that's-
Carol, I like that, I definitely think there needs to be an increase. Can we shoot for 50 for now, or 65?
Well, it's already 100. We're just be adding these people in.
Yes.
All right, 100's fine, okay, I know it's like, I just thought, well, no, you have to.
It probably should have been that way the whole
You know,
time.
when you talk about, you talk about people who are coming from distressed countries and all that, and I'm like, okay, well, they probably don't have a lot of money.
Hmm.
So I just thought, okay, well, let's try to, but if you're saying $100 is what they're charging now,
Yeah,
like I said,
Repeat.
let's just take that and make it
that's just.
Board of Cosmetology,
Yeah.
all good.
It makes sense that it's different than everybody else who pays 30 coming from Oregon
At
school.
school.
Okay,
Okay,
okay, yeah, we agree upon that.
okay.
I second that.
And hopefully there's a matrix that we can use. later.
And
Well, Thursday, no.
hopefully there will be time allowed for staff to do it once we get to the retake process.
Yeah.
Tina's waiting for that. Tina's waiting on 10 o'clock.
Oh, I could have got that, Sam.
Okay. I think we're at retake. No, we're at,
I think we earlier, we talked about, taking out the submit approve or current. board,
Yeah.
and we're not putting that into the retake.
Yep, all that's out. So that would be
Renewal part.
out of 59 and out of page 60. Then, bottom of page 60 is general examination information. This was kind of just cleanup stuff. Yeah, it's not, there's nothing, I just kind of remove some stuff around.
Yeah.
Okay,
Renewal.
renewal.
Yeah.
So we would be now, if everyone's okay with I moved. New number 5 was number 3. It just felt like it fit better under number 5. And prior, it was the board will establish a maximum time allowance. I took that out and we have it HLO is doing that. And I can't remember.
Oh, and natural hair care we're charging.
That's a whole different area. Okay, now we are on page 62, middle of the page, retakes. So an applicant may retake a failed examination the next business day up to the 10th failed attempt. And then after the 10th failed attempt, the board may determine qualifications before retaking the failed exam, including but not limited to additional hours and practical operations from a school.
Christina. So, tell you some of the reasons behind this. One, coming from long distance, they can retake the next day. Their memory is still there, fresh. They can test it many times the next day until the 10th time. Hopefully it will cut down on the fail because they're not having to wait 8 days. They're not, because it's 8 days the first time, second time, third time, they have to wait 30 days to come back in and test. Plus they have to take a study review. It's a lot of time. It's just not feasible for individuals to have to wait as long as they do. Hoping that that will take care of the past fail rates. And if they fail for the 10th time, then they come back in front of the board instead of every 6th time, 7th time, 8th time. And they will not have to wait for all those months in between to do it.
This is Alicia. Is there, if they are coming from long distance, is there a way they can take it the same day?
Well, we thought about that. Problem is that lobby sometimes is so full that I have to go out and talk to everybody and say, you might not be able to get it tested because it's standing room only and people are going out the door.
But if it was a weird slow day and there was time, you know, instead of them driving all the way back to the coast and then having to come all the way back out the next day, I mean, like if they could get in, why not?
This is Tracy. I love the idea of that. I don't know how difficult it would be to write it in a way that people wouldn't have expectation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It would have to be, if it's time allowed, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Versus
for when we do it for all.
Right.
Remember.
Well,
Yes.
this is Beatrice, so does this change for natural hair care too? Because natural hair care can take the same day.
Yeah, but they'll be,
Because I think that's
We're
what it is,
changing-
like teaching
we should
Oregon
be-
law at school, like it's really hard and that's where people, like things are so confusing for the student when one is one thing, one is the other. And I think as we're like talking about all this being cohesive, it's just like teaching Oregon law is just really hard for them, for people to grasp and like more people from out of state, because I mentor people from out of state to take the test when there's like, you do it with this license, but you can't do it with that license. And then, so that's where I like, is this gonna be consistent from all the licenses?
Because you're right, it was same day, but we struck it out and made all of them
the
next day.
And then with the 10th, with being on the board, I know in our last meeting, this is Beatrice and Poppy, you mentioned about bringing it back to the school, that there was still kind of mucky of like being tutor session as well. Like that's why we were extending the 10th, like, you know, so I don't see it having a tutoring option on here, or at least they're gonna be able to have that a no option at all.
If they want to go back to their school and take.
No, like the
additional
state,
training.
the state offering that option still
What we're,
after.
what we're trying,
Study review?
yeah,
We're trying,
We're-
that's my,
it would be up to the board after the 10th time.
This is Tracy. I'm excited to see what it will look like with these changes. And then we may need to make some adjustments moving forward from there.
Yeah.
Determining, you know, is this making a big difference? Are people actually passing? What are the study reviews? If you can't pass 10 times in 30 days, then, or, you know, like, you want to go back to school, you know, something along those lines.
And, you know, part of the thing is, it takes a lot of time for staff here to do those study reviews and to prep them and schedule them and reschedule them and doing all that. This too would eliminate some of that.
All they're
time.
doing is looking at the test.
Yeah, they're just looking at. the
It's
test.
it's not a study review.
Yeah.
It started that way.
Yeah.
But make no mistake, it is not that anymore.
No.
Which is kind of why I'm moving away from it.
And putting it back on the schools to do the education part.
Well,
You know.
let's try to get back on the applicant.
I don't, how come
Well,
they
it should
can't
be on
review
to study
Yes,
and
right
be
on.
prepared for the test.
Say that again.
We don't have,
on the screen?
yeah, we don't have review.
What can you get review?
I don't know.
Would that be easier? Just let them review for 10 minutes after?
Well, it used to tell you what the correct question is, and now Solutions doesn't do that. So,
Maybe if you just ask, I don't know.
I just know.
I mean,
Chelsea. So the study review that is happening right now with HLO is just reviewing the tests that they actually take and going through those specific questions that they got wrong.
Correct.
They get all the questions, if I'm not
But
mistaken.
they only have a half hour. It gives them enough time to really review. We highlight the ones they missed. And then they review the ones they miss. And if they have extra time, then they can review the other questions.
Is it? I'm trying to figure out a way of helping prepare the school to help their student if they do fail multiple times. So if we are gonna send them back to the school, can we send them a practice test essentially of,
We don't have, I mean, we can send them the study review. You know, what they got wrong.
yeah. And that, but that is just simply like in this area,
It's
this
based on
many
the
questions, right? Rather than the actual questions that they got.
Correct.
So this would be interesting. Is there an opportunity? Like, cause I think that, you know, what I mean, like, again, like a lot of the schools, as this school, like we are basing our exams and our quizzes on the bulletin, which Carol's not. And so we don't really know, like, you know, that's where like when students are asking, like, you know, like, is this a test? And like, this isn't the test, like this is, we're only basing questions upon what we are given from the health licensing agency. And we make a bunch of quizzes and exams. So I think that that's kind of where the reviews, the study guide with the agency has been helpful for those students because they get to see what the question, because the questions and the way that things are worded is very different than how we word it, even though we say at the end of the day, the term is the term, but they get tripped on the wording of those terms. And so that's why I think people are successful when they do those study sessions with you guys, is because they're understanding how you're asking the question. So if the licensing agency can give the schools like an example of questions of how things are worded, I think that can help facilitate those study sessions a little, if they're more effective, they'll be more effective.
Instructors at any time can come in here and we'll put you on that exam and you can take the exam. And you would know what's on the exam. Instructors used to do that years ago. They'd come in and we would put them on and they could take it.
I mean, at the back of the bulletin, there are questions. Like where, aren't there
There are just
questions?
bullet points of
Yeah.
like, this is the area you study. And then it'll say anatomy and it'll just say, there's 4 questions. There's anatomy and it'll say 4%. And then it'll say nervous system, muscular system, circulatory system, blah, blah, blah system, but it doesn't tell you.
One.
But then
question
that
from
chapter
each
is like-
of those, but that, yeah,
It's a huge chapter when there's only 4 anatomy questions.
This is Tracy. You know,
Well,
what
we
I
can
hear-
drill you down further than that based on the map. Like the map takes you to the page number of each question. So it breaks it down, the big domain, and then smaller portion of the domain, down deeper, deeper, deeper. That makes sense? So if anatomy, and then let's say it's skin, and then layers of the skin, like each question goes in the background. You don't see it, but behind the scenes, we haven't broken down that far. Maybe that's what you need,
Yeah.
more information about that.
Yeah, see.
So like,
When we're changing
where are the pieces of the skeleton? that they-
It is.
as a curriculum, and I think that will help schools a lot in that. I think our pass rate will be, like, as a whole, will be a lot better. if we have that math. I didn't know there was math.
It's called a map.
This is Alicia. Is there, do you change the questions on the test? Like how
We've
often?
got when they come back and test, a different test. comes up.
Last thing, is there a way to put former tests up online somehow? Like
No,
all?
it's a state exam.
Oh.
And it's created by the schools in item rating. And that state exam is not released anywhere. Otherwise, everybody would have
It's
the,
a title.
huh? Yes, it is a type.
There's a very tight hold on
Yeah.
it.
Well, it's not that type, because I've seen it on that one testing site. What's it called? Yeah. Several versions of it.
That's good memories. I think those are written, right, there, people write them, and that's what I was gonna bring that up, is that we generally tell people, go to Quizlet.
Go to
And
Quizlet.
it is to be point where she was saying the wording is different. If you're teaching on a pivot point, but, you know, and I know the information comes from both textbooks, however, it is not worded exactly the way pivot point words it. And so then it trips them up because they're using slightly different verbiage for the same concept or the same content. And so it can trip them up. That's why I refer them to Quizlet, which is one of those things like, I hate to be like, go to this off-site Quizlet to study for your state exam. It would be really great for the state to build some sort of study resource for people taking our exams. In-state, out-of-state, undocumented, like, if everyone had access of a portal, a study resource portal, and I know that's a big ask, I get it, I know, but Sammy said earlier, what's your dream? So,
That's true. I'm trying here. I'm gonna provide a version.
Is there a way to?
Fake social security number, fake ID, all that stuff. I didn't.
Like they come in initially, pay twice as much, they can take the test, see what they've got. Okay, wow, I'm not studying the right things, off the record. They go back, they study a little bit more, and then come in with, I mean, I would have done that, I would have totally done it.
So this is Tina. So what I'm gonna do, Carrie, if you could send an email to Solutions to see if there's any way of doing a review on the computer
There's gotta be.
of their test. Because a long time ago,
Yeah.
way back in the day, I mean, we've been here 28 years.
How can it be not available?
But way back in the day, we never did any of this. We never did reviews. People just came in and tested and did whatever. On the exam, it would tell you what, if you got the question incorrect, what you marked and what the correct answer was. Used to be like
I
that.
remember that, actually.
Yeah,
And-
so,
That question, and
and
could you do a fine, like,
final, could you do a review?
Like print it out.
No,
no,
no.
I would
No.
never let you have this option.
No, no.
people walk out with
Not
them.
gonna happen.
It's happened.
That's why we no longer have the NIC exam, is because somebody took that exam. So that's why we went back to the state exam, and that's why we hold it very tight. So it takes a lot of time and effort to write those questions and make, all of those questions. But Carrie, if you could check on that or review and right or wrong questions with Solutions, okay? And then we'll let you know about that. And then they could just review their exam on the computer. Then we wouldn't have to make appointments. We wouldn't have to do any of that extra stuff. They could just go in there and see what they did wrong. Which would be awesome. Yes. Okay. And then even after the 10th time, we could do a study review and it not to come back to the board.
We can-
Is there a way they could take it off the record? Like if they're right before the 10th fail and they're super nervous and they come in and almost like use it as a study review on their own and pay money for it. And it wouldn't count.
I didn't hear what you said.
It said no.
That's enough.
Well, what was it?
And then picture me to take the test without it going against her score.
Sounds like they're just taking the test. Why would it go against those?
It's off the record.
I would say like, I'm
Oh,
a
so-
horrible test taker. Sometimes if I could have been able to pay double, but come in and take the test off the record or like the SATs or something. And
Yeah, but you get 10
see
times
if-
now.
What?
You get 10 times now.
I know, but. Yeah,
By then.
that's true. That's true. So never.
By then, I think it's like these people that you guys see, you could tell when they did their study reviews. Just their time, they did good, but then they never came back in to test again until, then you saw them and then here we are, they've lost 30 plus 40, 50, 60 days of knowledge to come back into test. So that's,
There could be a trend of, yeah, what could help in that 10th where it's like Sammy was saying that there's a minute. And that can help facilitate the tutoring sessions if they want to go to the school, that will help. If we have that, we don't have that. And so I think that may also help in the future of schools having more information to base their quizzes.
Oh, that'd be great.
Oh,
Putting you on.
I know that there's a map and I know that's how it works, but I don't know how it works.
Yeah.
Brandon knows how it works. Brandon knows. Okay, so now we're on page. No.
Greenland, 65.
Okay, 63 has all the strike through for practical examination requirement evaluation.
Mhm.
Something you want to go over?
No, we don't do it anymore.
There you go.
And I actually asked the question of staff. I think with other programs, what we've done now is, basically we
Pardon
have,
me?
like,
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, this is interesting. So my name is Carrie Weed. I'm the owner of Gorge Academy of
Carrie,
Cosmetology.
we're gonna have you talk during public comment at the end. If you'd like to talk.
It's
Okay?
actually insightful to what we're talking about now.
Doesn't matter, I'm sorry. More to come on that conversation, because the way we've done it with like electrology is they proctor the practicals and at school or in a training program, and they get an assessment tool that has like all the, like a shortened version of all the bells and whistles that you would need to pass the practical. It may already exist in cosmetology, I'm not positive though. But I think that is where you would close the gap and not have this evaluation anymore. If we give a tool that we know this is what they're using to give the practice. Does that make sense? So I think that will fix that, but otherwise we haven't done evaluations in a very long time.
I used to do them for many, many years, 8 years.
And you're glad you don't know.
I missed one and stuff.
So where are we? Page 65?
Yep.
Yep.
So the next one is, we were having, if you to get a license for freelance authorization, you had to pass the Oregon laws and rules tests, and we decided to not do that anymore.
Yes.
No more. Because nobody else has to do it. Practitioners don't have to do it. Facility owners don't have to do it. No one has to do it but them. And
Yep.
it's archaic, it's over time. It's because they don't have an inspection. But
We have
They're
to
still
count,
the same thing.
have to.
And they do have to hold an active practitioner certificate. I don't know why that wasn't already in there. Couldn't tell ya. Independent contractor, which is at the bottom of page 65, it's just removing that or pending disciplinary action, the or pending piece, they have get due process, so or pending. Don't know where that came from. Next one is page 67, renewal, so that's where I'll add in a test to the proof of current bloodborne pathogens, which I already did, added there. I figured you might want to do it. And then on page 68, it removes, so as part of renewal for freelance is every 3 years, right? 3 years. They had to retake the organizing rules. Getting rid of that. Delete. And these next ones are, I just shifted things around. So it didn't actually change the text of the rule. I'm going to tell you what it did. Okay, so servicing clients, I didn't actually change anything in this rule. I just moved it to a different division. I moved it to the division where we have aesthetics. So it's, yes. No, faculty, I'm sorry. So currently it's in the scope of practice division, and I'm moving it to the safety and infection control division. So it's just a move. Bottom of page 69, that's should have been deleted in the last rulemaking. Don't know how that happened. Requirements and standards. So bottom of page 71, that one is opposite. So this one is moving to practice standards. Safety stand moving from there to practice standards. Page 74. This one is being moved to practice. Well, you can see it now. Here it is in practice standards. I just said that. Okay. And for servicing clients, natural physiological effect. Don't know if I missed that in the last one meeting. Just adding that right in. I don't know what happened. Chemical peels. So page 78. This is just clarifying that you have to have 5 hours of education and training in very superficial and superficial. It was kind of murky the way it was written before.
A total of 5.
No, 100%.
Okay, got it. Okay. Does it say 10 hours total? Probably a good idea to put that in.
Well, what if you don't want to do superficial?
Okay, and that's just must obtain 5 hours of training or education in each of the following fields prior to performing either. Okay, okay.
This is Tracy. Is that just another, something that is a record that they keep, and if anything ever comes up, that proves that they've done? No.
Yes. It's in the rule. And it's also 15-817-015-0025. That kind of gives them the requirements of if you're getting additional training. And the next one. Client records, there. Oh, this is a cleanup from aesthetics device. It's just adding that. If providing chemical pills or dermaplaning or performing services with an aesthetics device or with an aesthetics device that is not one of the devices listed in, missing word. Missing word, what it's supposed to be. Then it's just documentation for aesthetics devices. The add-in. fees, so this is where I'll just add under, I'm on page 83. Where it says practitioner certificate by reciprocity, it'll say and non-credential, but I'll reference the actual rule. So that people, they can go back and forth. And then currently we don't charge for the natural hair care examination, but it's a much more expensive exam than it was when it started. So it makes more sense to start charging for it. And it's even here. So it's just the same as every other. And then all the civil penalty is just cleanup. Just changing subsections that got changed over time. Fixing the mechanical or electrical apparatuses, appliances, or devices. Nothing crazy here. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay, so we do need to have a brief conversation about fiscal impact. The paper. I gave you guys this. There's all the questions. There's a lot of questions. Many of them are redundant. But I think I have a pretty good idea of the impact. In a lot of situations, the impact is going to be less. So freelance license, they don't have to take that test anymore. No, there would be an impact for people who have taken the natural hair care license. They're going to pay the $45 now. So there's those more general ones. But like with Oregon Youth Authority, they don't have to be a private career school under HEC. They have a HEC license now, and they don't have to do that anymore. So that will be a benefit for them. Of course, there is some HLOs taking on some impact by the non-credentialed and approving the board approving the curriculum. We're all here together. People being able to test more often and more frequently. So they don't have to travel, so I'll be adding all of that in there. Can you think of anything else that I've missed? Oh, extending out the 5 years so that it's not so you've got kind of more time to relax, and that kind of goes with the retake. So hopefully you won't have to wait 5 years because you've been able to retake 10 times.
Right.
Let's hope. There would be an impact on the bloodborne pathogens. I suppose you could find something free. I don't know, but I'll put that in there. But you would have some more record keeping. So I'll put that in there. I think same thing with renewal on the bloodborne pathogens, so record keeping and possible some fee. Usually if I don't know the fee, I'll just give them a broad, like from free to $800 or whatever. And I think that's it. The rest of them are just ones that I just moved around. And actually change anything. Yeah. So if everybody's okay with that, you can make a motion to approve the rules with changes. So
Before we go, I don't want about a lot of things today. Did we talk about the RAC recommendation? Because I don't remember hearing anything from RAC recommendation.
We went over.
Yeah, the whole thing. But I saw the paper, but
Oh.
I know that it was verbal.
Yeah, we can go over this. Sure. So they actually didn't make that many recommendations. They didn't on anything on definitions. Under the curriculum, you can see that committee clarified, it is clarified that there's 20 hours in Oregon laws and rules. I had missed that piece, so I added that in. That's on the top of page 3. They talked about the whole accreditation and the hours, the 600 hours, but it doesn't affect anything here. I'll probably put something in here, but it doesn't actually affect the rules. The next thing they discussed, committee members opposed changing the practical exam, the 2 years. They wanted to leave it 2 years instead of going to 5 years. They're pretty adamant about it and said that. Why did they say they like that? I thought it was sufficient in that it ensured that people were staying fresh. They weren't waiting so long. Maybe they weren't even performing services anymore. But I think that it's gonna fix itself with the retakes and things. In opposition, there's the bloodborne pathogens opposition. There was a couple people that were okay with it, but for the most part, they were all like, no. Yeah, and if they'll have opportunity to comment if they don't like it. And I will. Yeah, moving it to renewal definitely takes it out of the burden of the school. So I think that they'll be fine with that. That's all I wrote. What was the other stuff? Those were the big ones. Let me just. Make sure I missed anything here.
Rebecca, was Tina.
The pathways, there's the bloodborne pathogens, opening exams. They loved the retakes, loved the 10,
This is Tina. There was 7 schools,
12,
12 schools there.
12 representatives.
Yeah.
We're all 12 there. I had 12 picked. I think only 11 showed up. Can't remember. It was a big group.
Yeah. It's really
That's what that committee pretty much, they were okay with everything else. It's
Got to answer all these.
Welcome to my life. I'm not even in it. Okay, so if somebody wants to so move for changes, get these entered. I can go on vacation.
Make a motion to approve the proposed rules and regulations.
With changes, with changes.
I'm sorry, with changes. With changes.
Make a motion to approve the rules of changes.
This is Harold, I second that motion.
Call roll, Chelsea Westcott. Aye. David Penn.
Aye.
Spencer.
Aye.
Alicia Reed. Aye. Victor Carmen. Aye. Sarah Shook. Aye.
Good work, guys.
Yeah,
There's a lot.
very much.
You.
Off that.
More to come on the whole curriculum thing. I don't know how it's all gonna go down.
Okay, Chair, this is Bob. We have a public interest parties feedback section. You have a script there? If not, I can loan you mine.
Computer. There's my changes.
Dear public, interested parties feedback, members of the public, please wait until you've been recognized. Once recognized, please state your name and affiliation to the board for the record.
Harry, did you want to speak? Now we're in public comment if you wanted to make your comments. Can't be muted.
Did you unmute?
Yes, hello,
The only
this is
mic
Carrie.
Hi, Carrie.
Hi, so I did send an email, and just to give you guys some insight specifically on the testing that you were talking about, is that, so we currently use the SEMA software, which is part of Milady, and I can change different settings of how they test, the questions pop up, if they can see the answers at the end, all that kind of stuff. So you can change all the settings within there. So I'm guaranteed your software has the ability to change different settings. So our students, when they take their final written exam, they have to clearly take 3 of them because that's what's on the transcripts. When they take their exams, if they don't pass the first time, they range anywhere from about 72% to 78%. Well, what our setting is, and I've changed it on a couple of different occasions to see how students are affected by it, what their input is. I've watched them take it. Our review is as soon as they finish it up, it shows them which questions they got right and which ones they got wrong. And under the ones they got wrong, it shows them what the answers are. They are then allowed time to review the questions that they got wrong, read through them, study them, and then we allow them to retake the final exam on the same day. I think that would behoove you guys extremely because you have people coming from outside of the area that it costs money and a lot of time to come down to Salem and to test. So I know it's right now they have to wait 8 days and life takes over within 8 days. So I think to change the testing for the same day or maybe the next day so they can get a hotel room and they stay overnight, but still that's cost involved. But to be able for them to sit in front of the computer and review those questions if they don't pass and say they've got 20 minutes or something like that. I know it's time consuming, but you guys will see your pass rates go up extraordinary. So that was my input on that piece to it. My next question is kind of more general, and with the whole piece that you guys have that by August 30th, the private career schools have to turn in our curriculum for all programs because you don't think that they've been authorized and approved, which they do get authorized and approved through HEC. They've all been approved. We had to send in all of that information. And anytime we make changes, we update them. We also go through an annual review every single year. And again, our curriculum and topics and policies, procedures, everything is reviewed and authorized. And it's a long process. It's a couple of months going back and forth for things. So to say that it's not authorized is incorrect. But in order for all private career schools to send you our curriculum on all programs, and then you guys go through it to approve it, first of all, do you know what you're looking for in terms of curriculum? And do you have the manpower to do that? And what does that process look like?
Sherry, this is Tracy. I want to talk about a couple of things. The testing dates, we talked about same day testing and next day testing, and we are planning to move forward with people being able to test again the next day up to 10 times in a row. So hopefully that will alleviate some of that concern about people not being or waiting amount of time that we've done in the past. And the submission of curriculum is, it's not existing schools are going to submit their curriculum, but it is not for an approval process right now. The approval process is for new schools. So any of the schools that have an existing curriculum that's already been approved by HEC are just basically filing it with the states that they have it on file and know that we're teaching the approved curriculum.
For record keeping.
For record keeping.
Okay, well, that's not what I read through the points. But okay, if that's what you say, then that's great. We have no problem of submitting our curriculum to you guys for you to see. That's fantastic. I also have a question based on so you guys are going to be taking over new school applications, is that correct?
Just the curriculum.
It's curriculum, which we do for many programs.
Just the curriculum. So the 7-step process that you have to go through for a new school stays under HEC, but you're taking over just the curriculum approval portion of it?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
This is Rajiv. I didn't send an email in. Am I allowed to speak or no?
Yeah,
Yeah, but can you send Carrie an email that you know that you were here?
I will do that right after I finish speaking.
Thank you.
One, I love the idea that was just presented of having a testing platform that provides immediate response validation to the student after the test is completed to explain what they got wrong and what was the right answer. I think that would help a ton for the people coming over from Eastern Oregon. And the second thing is, as you know, I was on the advisory committee meeting, and it was there was a heavy part of the discussion was around the changes to the Senate bill as regards out-of-state credentialed and licensed practitioners coming to Oregon. And I think a general impression at that meeting was that the testing requirements for them may be reduced, but I didn't hear any discussion of that here. And so that's my input is out-of-state applicants who are credentialed and licensed, who have substantial conformance with Oregon laws, their threshold for practicing should be reduced. And my suggestion via email to you all was maybe even give them a temporary license while they get their testing out of the way here so that they don't just leave the industry out of frustration. Thanks for your time.
I remember you talking about the temporary license. That's not something we discussed.
it's not something we're doing right now.
There you go. It's not something we're doing right now.
For anybody else, it's possible. Is there anybody else? Christopher or Ronnie,
Karen one.
Karen?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
So this is Karen Chambers with the HEC, and I just wanted to comment on two things. I believe it was, I'm not sure if it was Carrie or someone else who was asking about the HLO approval of curriculum and the new school application and the submission of curriculum through the HEC. I just wanted to clarify that with the changes, health licensing will be reviewing and approving curriculum content to make sure it meets the minimum standards. So, you know, the hours and ops and the appropriate subjects for each field. Schools will still need to submit curriculum to the HEC, and our focus is on the instructional design, that whatever the content is, and HLO will say, yes, you're meeting that content, the minimums. We are checking curriculum to make certain you have set it up based on standards and competencies and assessments of those competencies. All schools, regardless of the type of school, have to submit their curriculum through HEC to be approved for the instructional design. Cosmetology has been different in that we also reviewed cosmetology to ensure it met the minimum requirements. We don't do that for other schools. And beginning July 1, we will no longer do that part for cosmetology. So I just wanted to clarify that schools will still need to meet a curriculum requirement for HEC. And then the second was the discussion regarding the out-of-country applicants for the non-credentialed pathway. What we have done is a person would contact us. They say they're from, let's just say, another country, and they studied hair design. And a lot of these fields have different names than what we have. But so we have them send us whatever documentation they can provide. And we look at that to determine, yes, you know, apparently it does look, they have had, you know, a course work in hair, or they have worked in the field for so many years and here's what they did. So we make the determination that they have had training and or experience. And then they're sent to the school, and the practical, passing the practical is what tells us that they can do the work. And then we authorize them to attempt the licensing exam. So that's kind of how we have done it. They send us the documents. We look at them. If we determine that they have had training and or experience, then they can take the practical. And that passing that practical is what tells us, okay, they can attempt the licensing exam. And I probably shouldn't, but I would just say that we do not have any funding or budget for this either. As many of you know, we are totally funded by school licensing fees. So if we had some money, maybe we could move it over, but we don't.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Make sure you put in your public comment after April 1st, May 1st to May 28th about the rules. They'll be coming out. You should have them in your email the 2nd of May.
Okay. There's nobody else. This is Bob. Done with the public admission parties feedback. Chair, next item on the agenda. We have the capacity. Last few hours have been draining for sure. We have executive session. And I will telepathically ask Francis and Doreen to come down here.
Can we take this a brief summary? Can we get this section?
Yeah, it might take them that long to get down here.
Right.
Because I want to run down there and make sure that everyone's. Let's, come. Oh, cancel that. Cancel that. Oh. He did touch. You know what I mean?
Well,
Training wheels.
I unmuted. That's all I did.
For the purpose of considering information exempt from public disclosure at 2:53 p.m. on April 18th, 2024. Representatives of the news media shall be allowed to attend the executive session. The public will now be moved into a separate breakout room for the duration of the executive session. Please continue to keep your phone muted and cameras off. Are there any representatives of the news media on MS Teams? Recognizing there is no news media in attendance, the public will be moved into a separate breakout room for the duration of the executive session. We will return to open session before taking any final action or making any final decisions. It is estimated that the Board of Cosmetology will return to public session at
About an hour term.
3:45 p.m. Please be aware that it is possible that the board's executive session may last longer than 3:45 p.m. If the public has any questions about whether the board is still in executive session, then the public can contact Carrie Edwards at carrie.edwards@oha.oregon.gov. We are now in executive session.
Okay, give us a second. Carrie can move us.
Board of Cosmetology will now exit executive session and reconvene open session at 4:14 p.m. No final decisions were made and no votes were taken in executive session. Public will move back from the break room, and representatives of the media may once again report all board discussions and actions.
Okay, members of the board, Bob Bothwell, in case number 23-10799. The board decided to close this case unsubstantiated and open a case against the practitioner and impose a $500 civil penalty. And allow the regulatory manager, Campus Shuck, to negotiate with respondent on the civil penalty. And the respondent is responsible for costs of disciplinary proceedings up to $5,000.
Shelby Westcott, so moved.
Beatrice Pan.
Oh, Chelsea Westcott. Aye. Beatrice Pan.
Aye.
Alicia Reed. Aye. Tracy Farmo. Aye. Sarah Schulman. Aye.
Okay, in case number 24-10985. A civil penalty of $5,000 per violation is assessed, totaling $20,000. The respondent's aesthetics license is suspended for 6 months from the date the notice becomes a final order. And the respondent is responsible for costs of disciplinary proceedings up to $5,000.
This is Shelby Westcott, so moved.
Ms. Beatrice Pan, I second.
Chelsea Westcott. Aye. Beatrice Pan.
Aye.
Alicia Reed. Aye. Tracy Farmo. Aye. Sarah Schulman. Aye. Passed.
So we have.
Board of Cosmetology meeting is adjourned at 4:16 p.m. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you all for putting up with this. Rookie director, rookie regulatory manager, and a lot of work.